Hello and welcome to tonight's meeting of the Audit and Governance Committee. It's Monday the 30th of November. I just had to check my diary and calendar. And this is the second of two meetings. The first was 10 days ago. I'd like to welcome all the members. I'd like to welcome officers who will be joining us at various intervals throughout tonight's proceedings. And I will explain, for those of you that have never watched an Audit and Governance Committee before, how these virtual meetings are conducted. As you know, they are slightly different to the way they would be were we to be meeting in person at West offices, although we are being broadcast in the same way that we would have then. The fact that everybody's on screen all the time mean that it's quite a tiring process, and we will be therefore having a break for 15 minutes or so after the first substantive agenda item, which is agenda item 3, has been concluded. I'd like to welcome all the members. We don't have any apologies or substitutions, though we are still waiting Councillor Mason. We hope that he will be able to join us, and when he arrives, you will see him flash up on your screen. We also have an additional member for those of you that are watching, and that is Councillor Crawshaw, who is invited as the chair of the Corporate Scrutiny Committee, who will be with us for the York Central agenda item, because York Central is an area that his committee have been looking at. He has significant knowledge on this. Although he's not a voting member of tonight's committee, the chair and the chair as myself and the vice chair have agreed that Councillor Crawshaw will be able to ask questions of the officers, and I hope everybody agrees that that's an appropriate way forward. The first agenda item is declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest of a personal, prejudicial or disclosable pecuniary interest in any of the agenda items that we're covering this evening? No, that's great. So we will then move on to agenda item 2, which is public participation. We have 2 members of the public registered to speak with us tonight. The first is Mr. John Young, and he will be addressing us on various issues that fall within the remit of this committee. Mr. Young, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me all right?
We can hear you perfectly. Yes, that's absolutely lovely. Mr. Young, I believe you've addressed committees before. You know you have 3 minutes. I will give you the 30-second to go countdown. And if you'd like to start whenever you're ready.
Oh, spot on. Good afternoon, councillors, officers and Lazar's representatives, if you're there. I'd like to talk about the accounting and transparency, again, of developers' contributions, often refers to Section 106 agreements. I'll briefly summarise the key structural parts of the agreements, and then the worrying implications arising from a Freedom of Information request regarding disbursements from the earmarked developers' contribution funds, which you'll find on page 40 of the draft accounts, Section 8. Now, Section 106, it's a legally binding contract entered into by the City of York Council and the developers for every major development and also smaller developments. And the aim of the agreement is to acquire funds from the developer for local infrastructure to support the additional uplift in population and also social housing. Now, headers are normally limited to education, open space, social housing and highways. Now, to be honest, These do not wholly align with the infrastructure needs of the community that I personally live in, but there you go. The agreements are very specific in detailing what the funds can be used for and have a time period within which the contributions must be spent or returned to the developers with interest. And the interest rate being currently used is 0.8%, it seems to be. Now, over 3 months ago, in fact, 100 days have elapsed, I submitted an FOI for the disbursements from the Section 106 fund. This is so I could demonstrate to interested residents the benefits which have accrued to our community from some significant developments, but also through the citizens' audit to reconcile the disbursements to the all payments data published by City of York Council, which is the detail underneath the draft accounts. I was then told the detail does not exist. I did get a detailed list of contributions, but the spending was just summarized under education, housing, etc., with no way to tie these back to the contributions. I asked for an internal review and was passed the same data again, but in a more readable form, and that was it.
30 seconds,
now, why is this
Mr. Young.
important? Yeah, why is this important? How can residents determine the benefits accruing and be persuaded to be positive about large housing developments? If there's no detail, then what is to stop the developers from claiming their contributions back wholesale, plus interest, since it cannot be demonstrated what contribution was spent where and when? And if the disbursements cannot be reconciled with the all payments data, then how can we trust the accuracy of the summarized information? And there's a risk of misspending of funds outside of the agreements or malfeasance at worst. By the way, exposes CYC to some serious liabilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. We did look at the accounts at the last meeting, but they will be revisited because we weren't in a position to sign off the accounts. So we may get the opportunity to look at that again. But thank you very much for your contribution. The second speaker that we have this evening, and to be honest, it wouldn't be an ANG without her, is Gwen Swinburne. Can you hear me, Gwen?
Give me 1 second. I'm getting there, but I'm not.
No, ready.
Okay.
Ready. Won't start without you.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Can hear you perfectly.
Okay. Oh, perfect. Okay, great. Let me just get to the page. Thank you, Chair. May I begin?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, the corporate complaints item, Chair. As members know, I have been the victim of the unfair application of the unfair complaints and social media policies in this council for years. This started as I was exposing wrongdoing by the most senior staff, including the now Chief Operating Officer, more than 5 years ago. It continues to this day. I was never given any reason or notice for any blocking on social media or banning from contact with staff. Mainly due to the good offices of councillors of all parties, this committee, the ICO, LGO, external auditors and the staff themselves, the attempted silencing of me has been counterproductive at best. Chair, this treatment meted out to me has been vindictive, and it is clear that the senior staff cannot be the ones that make the final judgment on these matters, for there evidently is no natural justice, for me at least. I ask, therefore, 3 things. First, that your committee take on an active oversight role on staff blocking citizens. Secondly, you form an appeal panel so the same officers cannot be judge and jury without an appeal by members. This would enable natural justice for York citizens. Ideally, Chair, this document should have had public consultation, as we are the subject of the report and we should have a say. There is no proper reference in it to how we can appeal any perceived or actual unfairness that needs sorting out. Next, regarding the information governance items, Chair, there is so much to worry about. I would like you to invite the ICO to undertake an urgent data audit, including the Council's lack of adherence to the Transparency Code. One latest outrage is their updated so-called FOI disclosure log. This is a misnomer as it provides almost no information, including not providing the FOI responses, and what skeleton information is provided goes back only to August this year. It's an inexcusable diminution of our access to information. Please require a full report back. Finally, Chair, the LGO and ICO go to significant lengths to address maladministration in this authority. The monitoring officer should be required to compile in her report a schedule of changes made to respond to these admin failures. She does not do that, exposing you to further risks needlessly. Thank you,
30
Chair.
seconds.
Sorry.
Oh, well done.
I'm done. Yeah.
Thank you. As you know, we will be covering certain areas that you've referred to in your submission later on in the agenda, and I'm sure that, a number of those points will be raised with officers. Thank you very much to both public speakers. You will now be moved out of the formal meeting, but I very much hope you'll be able to continue to watch the rest of the proceedings either now or at some time in the future. Thank you very much for your contributions. So members, we now move to agenda item 3, which is the risk management of the York Central project. And for some background, we're welcoming Tracy Carter. For some background, this committee, as part of its analysis of key corporate risks in September of 2019, looked at York Central in some detail. It was subsequently then brought to a call-in session with Councillor Crawshaw's Corporate Scrutiny Committee, and Councillor Crawshaw then referred certain matters, including the risk registers, to our committee for our consideration. That's this meeting today. So we have a report and a number of risk registers. I will introduce Neil Ferris and Tracy Carter. Would you both introduce yourselves, your roles within City of York Council, and your specific roles as it relates to York Central? And then if you would introduce your report. Thank you very much.
If it's okay with you, I've got a really brief presentation with just a bit of a graphic that I think will help us talk to the governance and how the risk registers actually fit before we come into the discussion point. So if
Absolutely.
I can share my screen with you.
Yeah, before you do that, Tracy, could you just introduce your role and your role within the council and your role within the York Central?
Certainly, that is part of the presentation. But
oh, is it? Oh, marvellous.
Yeah.
Oh, well, sorry, I've not seen the presentation, so I was not trying to second guess you there.
It's very, very brief. It's just 3 slides, but the people who have got a role in risk management are on the call and will introduce themselves as part of that. So if I'll just try and share my screen, if you give me a second to get it full screen.
I'll mute myself.
Now, is that with the sidebar?
Yeah, that's got the sidebar on it.
There we go. How's that?
Perfect.
I've got previous with that. I know how to do it this time. Okay, so just going back to the original slide. My name's Tracy Carter and I'm the Interim Director of Place, and I have been the Council's representative on the York Central boards for the last 8 years through the inception of the project and to take it to the position it is now. We also on the call have both James Gilchrist and Neil, so just asking James to outline his role in the project.
So I'm James Gilchrist. I'm Assistant Director for Transport, Highways and Environment. And in terms of this project, we're delivering certain phases as an authority, and I'm leading on that delivery phase. So phase 1, infrastructure.
I'm Neil Ferris. I'm the Corporate Director for Economy and Place, and the delivery of York Central falls under my directorate's responsibilities. I'm currently chairing the Infrastructure Delivery Board, effectively overseeing the overall authority response in respect to delivering York Central.
So just as an introduction to the report, this follows an executive report that was taken to the Council's executive to release further York Central funding for that first phase back in July this year, which was called in. That call-in fell, but the committee agreed that they would like Audit and Governance to examine key corporate risks on major projects, including York Central, which is why this report is with you now. So I'm going to take you through the governance arrangements, how all the risk registers fit in together, and then the context for risk management around York Central, just to key up the conversation that I think you're going to have. So here's a high-level diagram of how the governance works on the project. At the highest strategic board, all of the York Central partners are represented, and there are a number of external bodies there, including the Civic Trust and Make It York, and that is chaired by Dame Mary Archer, who is a representative of the Science Museums Group for the National Railway Museum. They oversee the kind of strategic elements of the project to ensure that it's delivering on the objectives that we've all signed up to. And they're a really important group of senior stakeholders who act as ambassadors for the project. But the actual task of running and delivering the project happens at the lower levels. So there is a delivery coordination board, which is made up of all of the York Central partners, but without external partners on that. And that has a rotating chair. So and that's the board that I sit on. And we have a risk register, which is attached at Annex 1. We then have a series of operational boards, some of which are one or two parties only, but some of which do contain other members of the partnership. So from the left-hand side, we have the National Railway Museum's own board to deliver their master plan, and that is NRM only. The two major landowners on the site, Network Rail and Homes England, have their own landowners board, and increasing that is a very important location for key decision making on the project as it moves into delivery. We then have the Infrastructure Delivery Board, which is that's led by ourselves, and it's chaired by James, who and at that board we have representatives from Network Rail and Homes England. We also have representatives from our key funding bodies, West Yorkshire Combined Authority and North Yorkshire LEP, as well as the CISC, John CISC, who are the major contractor for the early phases of infrastructure. At the moment, that is looking only at the delivery of that very first phase of infrastructure, so that's IP1. We then have another board internally, which is focused on the delivery of the works to the front of the station. And although they're not part of York Central formally, they're such an important dependency within it that we need to ensure that at the coordination board, we've got a sight of all of the inter operations between those projects. That is chaired by Neil and has got Network Rail, West Yorkshire Combined Authority, and LNER are sitting on that board. And underneath that, we have our own York Station Delivery Board, which looks at the delivery of each of the work packages. So we have Annex 2 is the risk register for the Infrastructure Delivery Board, and Annex 3 is an overall risk register for the key strategic risks to the council. So that is Annex 3 can relate back to the work of the executive. So just a bit of context around the nature of risk in York Central. It's a very dynamic picture. It's a complex and long-lasting project. I think, you know, eight years in the making, and it'll be another 8 at least before we are further along the road. And those risks change. They change over time, but they also transfer from one partner to another as things like funding arrangements or delivery strategies evolve. So the risk ratings also change over time. What might initially sometimes be a red risk can then be mitigated or passes with time, and that turns into a lower level risk. Things which are in the offing and maybe not really a red risk to start off with will evolve over time to be looked at in it through a different lens. Some of those risks are commercially confidential, either to one or other of the partners or to the whole partnership, as they may impair the partnership's ability to deliver the scheme in a successful way. So we review the risk logs at each board, and we also undertake dedicated risk workshops, especially at times where the risk profile is shifting and changing quite radically. And now is one of those times. So the change in the funding arrangements with the 77.1 MHCLG funding not coming to the council but going to Network Rail and Homes England, that has led to a significant shift in that risk profile. And we will be bringing a further report to CSMC in January to reflect the current position on those changing risks and have a further discussion about how those present themselves for the council. So that's the end of the presentation. I'll just stop sharing my screen now and open up to further comments from Neil and James or further questions from the committee.
Thank you. So, Neil, James, is there anything that you would like to add before I start to invite questions from the committee?
Yeah, I think I would just like to highlight that in those governance arrangements that Tracy highlighted to you all, just to reflect from the audit and governance perspective, where the decision-making bodies are on there. So the strategic board isn't a decision-making body, neither is the coordination board. It's only when you get down to the delivery boards, James and I chair, that they become decision-making bodies on behalf of the council, because that's where we're actually expending council funds or funds that we've been given in terms of grants, where we have contracted delivery. Above those delivery arms, effectively, it's a coordination role. And you can see, again, from Tracy's diagram, where the executive get involved in its decisions, feeding into that coordinating role. But just to sort of iterate, we're not in control of that structure.
James, was there anything that you'd like to add?
No, I don't think so. I think that's fine.
That's brilliant. Now, before I invite questions from members, it might just be useful at this juncture just to clarify one or two elements. The remit of this committee is one in which we have, on behalf of both members and on behalf of the public, because audit and governance, as you'll all be aware, is the one committee that specifically looks at issues on behalf of the public, and it is not for this committee to make any comments on the detail of any aspect of York Central. That falls into Councillor Crawshaw's committee, and if I feel that questions are straying into areas that fall within the remit of his committee rather than ours, I will ask Councillor Crawshaw to make note of those for when the York Central issues come back to him, both in January and subsequently. So how I thought it might be helpful would be to invite members to ask questions of the report as a whole, which runs from pages 1 through to, well, 4 really. And then we will look at the specific risk registers in turn. That's annexes 1, 2, and then 3. Oh, and sorry, and I forgot to say, welcome to Councillor Mason, who has managed to join us. I hope you heard the whole of the presentation, Councillor Mason, from Tracy.
Yeah, I managed to get the majority of it in. Thanks, members and chair, for accepting me in late. Busy day at work.
No, that's absolutely fine. Now, how this normally works is that members raise a blue hand, which I see virtually, but I can never work out how that runs effectively. So I prefer to run this committee with members just raising their hands if they've got a question, and I will spot it and ask them in the order in which I spot hands going up. So I'll invite members to raise their hands if they've got any questions in respect of the report. Councillor Webb.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just looking at paragraph 15 in the report, bottom of page 3 in my papers. And obviously, the last sentence says the changed funding allocation has given rise to a need to review the existing delivery strategy. This work is still underway across the YCP. Could you just sort of outline sort of what work is needed and sort of what the time frame is around that? I don't know who's best to answer that. But...
Shall I start with that then? In essence, the delivery strategy that we're talking about here is who is going to deliver the second phase of infrastructure works that were agreed through Planning Committee the other week. The landowning bodies, Network Rail and Homes England, who are now in receipt of the funding, are undertaking a contract review and a legal consideration of whether or not the existing contract for delivery can be novated over to them for them to deliver it with under the procurement that we've already undertaken, so that we can maintain programme. And once they have determined that in December, we will then need to undertake a further kind of risk review and a funding review of how each of the different funding streams we have are taken forwards. So that is taking place in December. And by the time we get to the January meeting, we hope to have a little bit more clarity on who is undertaking that and therefore how we can then kind of land those risks.
Councillor Webb, you've got a supplementary.
Yeah, no, that is very helpful. I suppose that, I mean, the term novated across, that's a new one on me. But what I suppose on that term, I think I get the idea that there's a contract that we currently have that suddenly, because we're not in receipt of the funding, we need to see how that can go to someone else. I suppose for me, what is the risk in that not being the case and therefore causing delays?
There's 3 potential options. One, it could be novated over, and the new delivery partners just take the procurement we've already done and carry on and start to program that in. The second would be that we continue to deliver it because they can't novate over the contract, and the third would be that they still want to be in the delivery seat, but they can't novate the contract over, so have to go back out to market to find a delivery partner. That third would generate a significant risk and delay. So at the moment, that is the one that everybody's trying to avoid, but we're not in a position to be able to confirm to committee at the moment which of those three is going to go ahead. If there's a significant change in there, it's very likely that we'll have to report back to executive to clarify what those new arrangements are. So the CSMC meeting is one way of getting visibility and making that transparent. But if there's a significant change in funding regimes and expectations, we would also be reporting that back to executive.
And that is referred to, sorry, Neil, did you want to add something?
Just to add to Tracy's commentary there, just for members' perspective, partners have committed not to make decisions that would have significant impacts on the delivery programme. So that third option that Tracy talked about would have to be, given very detailed consideration by them as to how they would mitigate any delay before they took that route. So they have committed to writing that they're not looking to take any options that.
And the reason given by MHCLG for transferring the money over to the landowning partners was to ensure no delay. So I think that everything's pointing towards continuing with the procurement that we've already undertaken. We're just waiting for confirmation of that route through.
Yeah, there is more detailed reference to that in the risk register, and it may be that we can ask additional questions because it would make sense to me to look at those areas in detail when we get to that section. But I think it was a very good question, Councillor Webb. Are there any? I have a question that I'd just like to throw in, and you made reference to it, Tracy, in your presentation, but you also refer to it in paragraph 11. You state that the risks were updated, but for a small number of risks, the descriptions have been amended so that they still accurately describe the risk, but do not breach commercial confidentiality, which in itself would create a delivery risk. Can you just clarify what those are? Because obviously, if the risk register is not presented to us in the format in which you've got it, and that there are elements of commercial confidentiality, what are there, and to what extent are decision makers within the council actively working on those?
When the report was referred through to A&G, and we requested permission from the board to be able to share the risk registers, there was a slight concern that in the way in which some of the risks were articulated was giving away commercially confidential information in the description of the risk. We then sat down with all of the partners and reviewed those risks, and our premise was that we wanted to be as transparent as possible and not have to blackline anything to avoid revealing confidential information. So we set a task for ourselves of being able to describe them effectively and accurately without revealing the confidential data. So it is, there were very few of those in that box, and the amendments were relatively minor. But they are now accurate, and they are how the risk registers are being monitored by the partnerships. That there's not a secret risk monitor somewhere with some glaringly confidential data. We're just being a little bit more careful about how we describe it so that we can be transparent about what the risk is without giving away confidential information.
Right, but do the redacted elements, or the bits that have been amended, do they hold an inherent risk for the delivery partners or for the City of York Council?
Just to be clear, Councillor Pavlich, there is no redacted elements. So
the amended, sorry, I stand corrected. The amended elements.
The amended risks still describe the same risks. They're not representing half a risk or playing down a risk. They're scored in exactly the same way. They're describing the same thing.
Yeah,
we're just not giving away confidential data in describing it.
Yeah, no, that clarifies that. That's really helpful. Are there any other? Oh, Councillor Crawshaw.
Thanks, Chair. Just a sort of supplementary to that, really, because I think one of the things that we've been trying to understand is how the different risk registers relate to each other and who holds which risk registers. And I think paragraph 10 says the council are not party to the risk registers from some of the boards. And in your presentation, you did mention about as funding changes and as the project develops, risks will transfer between parties. And so I appreciate there's commercial sensitivities, but I think there's also an element of risk in not knowing what we don't know already, I suppose. And so I just would like to understand a little bit more about I think the principal risk register that we don't have access to is the one held by Network Rail and Homes England, if I've understood your report correctly. And so to what extent are we fully appraised of the changing risks of this project if the significant landowner isn't sharing their risk register with us?
Well, as part of the Delivery Coordination Board, each of the parties to that meeting articulate the risks that affect the overall delivery of the project. So the biggest possible risks are all in there. I cannot comment on what is the content of a risk register for two other organisations, but I do expect them to be articulating the risks that impact on the delivery of the project. And I think you can see from the Delivery Coordination Board risk that there are a number there that are owned by Homes England, Network Rail, and affect the overall delivery of the programme in its entirety. They may have individual risks for each of them that relate to their commercial arrangements with each other. They may have other commercial sensitivities within there, but they are not shared with us, and we are not party to their assessment of those risks. We will, however, when we see a risk that occurs, that name that in our own risk registers so that we can be aware of it. In terms of what information they share with us, we will always be assessing risk for the council to see whether or not there is information that we need access to in order to be able to inform our own risk. So that I think for us is going to be the biggest issue when we bring decisions back on the commitment of the enterprise zone monies, for instance. That's the biggest financial commitment for the council to consider. And before making recommendations to members to release that money, we would need to have a considerable view of the risk, the overall risks to the deliverability of the project, which we would need to be given support from the landowning partners who hold the reins on the delivery programme. So I think that point will come where we will need to ensure that we've got visibility of the risks, the overall risks, even to the delivery partners. But at the moment, we're not quite at that stage where that becomes quite so crucial.
Councillor Crawshaw, I'm going to put my glasses, I'm going to have to put my reading glasses on now, which means that I'll be able to read the risk registers, but everybody else will look blurry. So, yeah, so put your hand up clearly. Right. Oh, God. Councillor Crawshaw.
Thanks, Chair. I just had a second question about the report that was, I think, a sort of related point to some of what you're saying there, Tracy, but I just wanted, again, just to sort of fully understand the tension. Paragraph 4 says that the council needs to exercise a significant amount of influence to facilitate York Central. And then paragraph 17 says that as we're no longer recipients of the £77 million grant, quotes, will have less influence on the delivery programme. And so I wondered in a sort of global terms, if you could explain whether or not that increases the risk of the delivery of the programme if we've got less influence and yet we require to exercise as much influence as possible to be able to deliver the whole of the York Central project.
Well, we've already exercised enormous influence in getting York Central to where it is. We retain, whoever the landowner is, we retain the control through the planning process and as highway authority. So through our statutory roles, we've still got our influence. We've still got £35 million of EZ monies to commit to this, and therefore we still will have that as an element of control on the project. In changing the funding source, MHCLG have changed the influence over the infrastructure delivery arrangements, but we were never landowner, and as the landowners will always have control over how they commercially take the site to market and how they build out that master plan. We are a 5% landowner. We would never have been able to dictate that. And other than buying all the land off them and taking over overall control for the entire delivery, we never would have had our hands on the rudder all the way along. What we have done is use whatever influence we've had in different ways at different points in the organisation, in the project, to make sure that it delivers for the people of York.
Neil, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I think just to reassure Councillor Crawshaw, I would say overall the high level strategic risk, it hasn't changed significantly at all by the change of the funding regime, because if you imagine MHCLG through Homes England were awarding £77 million to the council rather than keeping it for themselves to delivery, they wouldn't have done so, with a check and said carry on with it. They'd have effectively issued a huge funding agreement with effectively monitoring against delivery against that funding agreement. So they would have exercised an awful lot of control over how we spent that money. Effectively, if they choose to deliver the infrastructure, they've effectively taken the risk for us having to comply with a funding agreement away from us. But equally, they may decide in December that they would prefer us to deliver the infrastructure and effectively establish a funding agreement. So I think at the moment it's a moving feast between the two partners, but it is half a dozen or six. It's not fundamentally different in terms of the overall strategic outcomes for the project at this stage.
I mean, I think that is something that we need to revisit, because that is covered in the risk register. And if nobody else asks that question, I've certainly marked down a number of aspects that have been raised now, which, rather than ask them now, I think we will just hang fire. Councillor Webb, did you have a supplementary or a new question?
It's a supplementary, really. I mean, you say 6 or half a dozen of the other, but actually it's 77 million or nothing, I think. And I suppose we're in a situation where that money was sort of, potentially could have been governed by the council, and now it's sort of changed, and it seems to be now governed by someone else. But I suppose the difference is we have bodies like this, and we represent the interests of people. And I suppose my question really is sort of linked both to what Tracy and yourself have said, Neil, is, how did we identify what risks are known to us and what risks are not known to us? I suppose that's my question really, because obviously things that is there a governing body that's deciding how that's set up, and how does that work? Obviously, because we've lost that control. So I just wonder if there's sort of a solution to that. How is it that we don't have control of what we know and what we don't?
Well, I would say in respect to the 77 million, we would never have had absolute control over it. We would have been given it, as I say, with a very detailed funding, and we'd have had to spend it in accordance with that funding agreement. So either way, MHCLG, Homes England would have had a significant amount of oversight. I think you're right, Councillor Webb, in terms of the actual project delivery side of things. If Homes England Network Rail determine they want to deliver that phase 2 infrastructure through their own mechanism, the oversight of the actual delivery programme, there will be less of that. But in terms of your oversight as an authority in respect of a highways authority, a planning authority, making sure that it's built to standard, that it complies with all those regulations, you've got a big rule book to apply to them as delivery agents. So all partners are intrinsically linked by a variety of commitments and obligations and roles. So that's why I described it as, to a certain degree, as half a dozen of one or 6 of the other, because as it moves around the partners, different tools come to bear against each partner from the transfer arrangements. And in terms of the unknown risks, there are risks, for example, in terms of the financial risks for the development of the plots of site, so the marketing of those plots, whom those plots are sold to, that we would never whether we'd received the 77 million or not, we would have never have been involved in that activity.
I think that's important. James, I think, just wanted to add something. James.
Well, just to give a specific example, really, the 77 million primarily funds the road. If the council builds the road, there's no what they call highway adoption issues. You know, the council builds it and adopts it. If someone else builds the road, in Homes England's case, then there's a whole raft of inspections and fees that come to the council for road adoption. So that's just a sort of minutiae detail of the different levers that are pulled in different scenarios of how the project is delivered.
And if we were to be, if the 77 million come to us and we built it, then we would also have some liability in there for any potential overspends. Money goes to other people, they build it. We don't have that risk. So when I talked in the presentation about the kind of risks transferring from one partner to another, that is one example. So you've got less control, but you've got less risk.
Councillor Lomas, have you got a supplementary on that or a new question?
Both.
Oh, great.
That's
great.
Okay. But it's one question, but I think it could be categorized as both. Apologies. It's just interesting to hear you talking about the risks transferring between different parties in this, because actually when you look at, this is where the new bit comes in, I'm afraid, Chair, when you look at the risk register itself, some of the controls and mitigations for some of the risks are actually CYC taking on risk. So for example, DCB2, development market interest, there is a risk there that's categorized as high, and the controls and mitigations, one of them is potential for CYC to underwrite risk to allow for more speculative schemes. Yeah. And there are a few more examples as well as you go through the risk register of essentially mitigations and controls for risks that look to be potentially incurring cost or transferring risk to CYC. So I don't know, Chair, whether we want to kind of, is there a general answer for that, or is that something that we can go through as we go through the risk register and look at each example of that?
Just working on that example, which I think is a useful one, that is identifying a future risk and a potential mitigation, which would require the council to make that evaluation and that decision should that risk become an issue. So at the moment, all we're saying is, if that were to happen, how could we at some point in the future mitigate that risk? There is no transfer of risk until you get to that point and you make that decision. That risk at the moment, using that as an example, would fall two ways. It would mean the developers would have a risk of not being able to sell their plots, and we would have a risk of not generating enterprise zone fundings or delivering the housing numbers, depending on which it was.
Yeah, and I think that's incredibly relevant, and again, I think that's something that we will focus on. But Councillor Lomas, did you have a supplementary question in response to that?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I mean, I think obviously that's just one of the examples, and all of these are potential risks with potential solutions, some of which have quite a number of different controls and mitigations, potential solutions, but quite a lot of them do transfer cost or risk to CYC, and I don't see anywhere captured what happens if. So what happens if a lot of these mitigations have to be put in, or controls have to be put in place, and there are significant costs and risks transferred to CYC, because some of these have a high impact. So one must assume that there are issues there, and my concern is, at what point do we look at this more globally? So rather than look line by line, at what point are we looking more globally and saying, is this something that CYC can bear?
Well, at the moment, those decisions are not being proposed.
I think that actually falls into Councillor Crawshaw's committee, because I think those are specific questions in relation to specific risks. However, what I would like to know from Councillor Lomas's perspective is, you've discussed at quite some length, all three of you, different risk profiles developing over different periods of this development. Some are currently known, some are currently anticipated. How is the governance process of making those assessments as to, we're now at this position, we now need to take this risk into account because we've found ourselves here? That's the bit that very much falls into the remit of this committee. Now, what's the process of how you then make that? Sorry, Councillor Lomas, I'll just finish and then I'll come straight to you. Is how is that calculated? What is the what process do you follow, and what is the decision-making sign-off process, if that makes sense? Councillor Lomas, sorry, I potentially interrupted you.
No, that's fine, Chair. Thank you. I don't think I explained myself very elegantly there. What I'm trying to get to is, rather than a specific risk and its mitigation, where is the function to look at the interdependency of the risks? Yeah. So some of the dates, the action completed dates are very far in the future. And some of them are now or have gone past. So at what point are you looking at all of the different mitigations and saying, well, hang on a minute, there's going to be a cumulative impact here on CYC, so we need to be thinking about this, because if X, Y, and Z do all happen and we need to take those control measures, mitigating measures, then that's going to have a significant impact on CYC finances. So that's what I'm trying to get. I'm not asking you to explain the mitigations for specific risks, but there is a cumulative effect, and there are a lot of different timeframes, that some of which overlap and some of which don't. And I'm trying to understand how somebody could be in control of all of this and understanding what the cumulative impact is of all the risk that CYC might be needing to take on, all of the cost that CYC might be needing to take on, without being put in a position of, for example, in some of the further dates away, 2027, 2035, and further ahead, suddenly being left in a position where, well, it's spend this money, or the whole project is a disaster. So I'm trying to get to the rather than an individual line by line, well, we've got this risk and that's okay, it can be mitigated by doing X. What if all those mitigating factors need to be put into place? Where does that leave us?
Yeah. Neil, I think you raised your hand to answer that.
Yeah, so before CYC takes on board these risks that are in this risk register, executive would have to make a decision, and they'd have to be informed of the likely risks associated with taking that decision. So, Councillor Lomas, if you, in respect of, for example, and I'll use let's just use the project as an example. Before the council embarks in letting a contract for the construction of a building, members have got to be aware, when they make that decision, what the overall budget for that building is likely to be, and the fact that there is potentially cost overruns associated with that building. So members need to go into the decision to commit to build, to enter into a contractor build that building with absolutely clarity of what those risks are. So that's when you have to step back and take an holistic view as an authority, is what risks are we taking at this particular point, and what are we not taking, because they're for future decisions. And you're right, every time there is a cumulative impact, it's some officers to say to members, and this is your level of risk at this point in time. And this is therefore the decision that you're making effectively brings with it all these risks. So it's incumbent upon officers to make sure that members are fully informed when they make decisions that bring risks down to bear down the line. At the moment, many of the risks in respect of York Central, the council does not bear those at the moment. They are now you might say, well, actually the council has the risk of it not being developed. The council has the risk of the infrastructure not being delivered. At the moment, they are not our risks, no more than they are, for example, with any other development that's identified within the local plan. They're not the council's risks to bear, because we're not the landowner.
But sorry, Neil, can I just ask on the strength of that, if the authority is being asked to allocate significant sums of money, as they were, for example, in July, the report that went with that, does that explain what the overall element of risk was? Because the public document may not have clarified the points that you've just raised, or that's been raised earlier on this evening. So it's about how that decision is made.
It explains the risks associated with that decision. It doesn't go through the whole process right through to the end. So it's like making a decision to, I don't know, to walk from to the shop. Every time you come to a road and cross the road, the risk profile jumps up. You've got to decide whether to cross the road at each occasion and say, am I comfortable with the risk associated with this? And there comes a point where the authority and members we've got to explain for decision makers, well, actually, you've got to a point where you've got to you're committed to the whole journey, or you're accepting the risks of all the other roads to come. And that's the role of officers, to make sure that the risks associated with each individual decision is described appropriately. And I think the big one that Tracy's talked about is the £35 million of enterprise zone funding.
And we will.
That is reliant on an awful lot of things being undertaken by third parties.
Yeah, and we will. I think we will come to that in detail. Councillor Lomas, I'm mindful that we are absolutely, I think, moving into territory that I want us to look at next. But I will ask both of you for your questions, but I don't want to get too hung up on the report before we start looking into the risk registers as a whole. Councillor Lomas.
Thank you, Neil. I think that journey analogy was really helpful, so might help frame my question better. So when I set out on the journey, I might not know exactly what risk I might face at every single side street that I have to cross, but I should know how many side streets I need to cross and whether there are crossings or not before I set out. And what I'm asking is, has somebody got the overview of how many side streets we might need to cross on this, and how much it will cost us if we have to cross every single one of them, and you know, they all end up with the same amount of risk. So rather than individually looking at one of the risks is X and the mitigation is Y, and Y is something that costs CYC, or where CYC have to take on the risk from somebody else, have we got an overview of how much all of it would put CYC at risk for, or would cost CYC, and that kind of who is monitoring that globally, rather than each individual decision being done separately. So I think that's where I'm coming from. It's trying to get an understanding, because what you such a big project with so many different facets and so many individual things happening, I think it would be easy to not have that oversight.
Tracy, I think you wanted to respond to that.
Yeah, I think to some extent there's a mixture here of approaches that you're talking about there, Councillor Lomas, of the kind of costed risk register that you'd get when things were really clearly defined about what the cost implications might be with a risk, and you cost it in and you understand it at that really granular level. And then strategic risks, where at a much less defined stage, you might identify that something might need to be done. It would be absolutely impossible for anybody on this project to go through every single one of those risks and say it'll cost you 10 million, it'll cost you 5 million. It could cost, the one that you used as an example, for instance, if we wanted to kind of underwrite some development to get it kick-started, that could cost us nothing. It could cost us 20 million quid. And it would be pointless for us to estimate without knowing exactly what that was. And to use Neil's analogy, on this project, if we had only set out from home when we knew exactly how we were going to cross every single road, we'd still be at home.
So I think what I'm going to do now is I'm going to move into Annex 1, because I think you've just raised a point that I want to ask the first question, and I will take Chair's prerogative on this. In Risk Register 1, oh God, I am going to have to put my glasses on. DCB 3, and we're talking about the economic and property cycles. In the mitigations, you state at number 4, consider that the master plan and the outlined planning authority parameters plans allow for plot development that is able to respond to the demands of the market over the lifetime of the development. There is also ability to flex the relative proportions of commercial and residential plots and their scale. Now, we've made great reference to the potential £35 million that City of York Council has allocated from its capital borrowing for its capital borrowing plans within Treasury. That's right, for the infrastructure.
No, that relates to borrowing off the back of enterprise zone funded business rates funding.
Yes, to be repaid by the business rates funding through the EZ. Now, a really fundamental question is, if the landowners choose to have a different profile for the project, for example, because there is more profit involved in housing over commercial because of the economic and property downturn, that £35 million that's allocated from the EZ may not then subsequently be available. So how are we in control of any of that? And is the city in control? Is CYC? Does it, for example, sorry, I will finish my question, Neil, and then I will come straight to you.
Just indicate.
Does, for example, the project board, the overall strategic project board that you refer to in your flowchart of the hierarchical structure, does CYC, for example, hold a veto over something as fundamental as we're not building the commercial side, or equally, we're not building the housing side? Because the property cycles change. So, Neil.
So you're absolutely right, Councillor Pavlich, and it's a really valid point that you've made there. So when the partners come to CYC and ask for £35 million to contribute towards this project, then absolutely CYC needs to have a report in front of its executive that says, oh, well, what are the terms that you would find reasonable to deliver this project? And I would entirely expect officers to be recommending some form of conditionality that says that there's a prioritisation of the delivery of the commercial side of the of the development, notwithstanding the profitability of delivering housing at a faster rate. And it will be in that report, based on the circumstances at that time, that officers will be able to undertake a proper review and then advise members accordingly. And we'll be looking to Debbie to support that the detailed nature of that report in the financial risks and the legal mechanisms that we would put in place to hold Homes England and Network Rail to account for that delivery, recognising that they don't have over the world at large and development pace. So we'd have to take a judgment call. So it wouldn't be black and white and risk free, but the members would have to take a view at that point. And in terms of what is developed, the authority has already taken quite a significant degree of control in respect to that, because members have specified through the planning committee the outline planning application. So the mix and balance of housing and commercial development has been determined already.
Determined, but not set in tablets of stone, and could be amended. So if you could just go back to the basic question: does CYC hold any form of veto over the landowners, who are essentially the deliverers? So, for example, if the landowners, Network Rail and Homes England, came up with a plan that, for example, did change the balance that was agreed at the outline planning stage, does CYC hold any form of veto over that? Sorry, I see Tracy's raising her finger, so it may be that she can answer it, but I'll open it to any of you.
Yes, the outline plan application, as agreed, has certain variable parameters about the scale of commercial versus the scale of housing, but they have got maximum minimum levels. If the landowners wanted to divert away from that to such an extent, they would have to go back to planning for a whole new outline planning application. And in terms of our financial veto, then we've got an absolute veto over not putting in the 35 million that's been talked about as part of the enterprise zone. And that's the point where we will need to satisfy ourselves of how convinced we are about the level of controls we've got within that funding agreement that will accompany that.
I've got a number of members, Neil, and then I'll go to members.
All I would highlight to members, and it's not particularly a realistic proposition, but it is technically feasible that it could happen, is if some billionaire rocked up tomorrow and bought all the land, you would have as much control over that land as you would have any other piece of land in the city that was available for commercial development. So you rightly say there could potentially be alternative planning applications put in, and the council wouldn't be asked to put any money in. So effectively it would come under the normal controls that effectively we are expected to have as a local authority for a significant development within our city. So it's the mission is that you have all the controls over this piece of land that you would normally expect to have on other developments around the city.
Right, I see there are a number of supplementaries to the questions and answers. So I'll go to Councillor Webb and then Councillor Crawshaw. And then, I would open it out to any members that haven't had opportunity to speak yet. Councillor Webb.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think I've reached my limit of speaking too much yet, but
Good God, no. I'm sure you haven't.
I think this links in. So obviously DCB 31 is about project governance and leadership. And it's on the second sort of implication side, it's risk of multiple conflicting priorities. And I think this sort of links into what we're talking about now. And the fact in the way that actually, so risk of decisions being made in principle at work stream level and then being overruled sometime later. And I suppose for me, I'd like to sort of explore, hopefully you can explore a little bit about how has that risk changed over time, particularly with our loss of some control, as you said earlier on. I mean, you've said we've got less control over that. So does that mean this risk is likely to increase over time? Is there anything specific that would lead to an increase in that risk? Because I mean, we've just said that we don't have any specific veto, so to speak. But yeah, so could you just explore how that's going to sort of change and evolve and where you see that going?
Do you want me to leave it? So
please do.
Yeah, okay. So for me, that's about the governance arrangements associated and the active project management by your officers and activities of A&G, activities of scrutiny, of executive in the decision-making process. So when executive effectively, as I say, come up to making those key decisions, I'm entirely sure that officers will put within those reports the mechanisms by which we will effectively manage that risk on behalf of the council. So absolutely risk there, but what we've got to do proactively as a council is engage with this whole project and make sure that when we take decisions that we've got the both checks and balances in to manage our risk, and we use the governance arrangements in terms of the strategic board and the coordination board to hold partners to task, and that is on a to task basis, not on a direction basis, because we can't necessarily direct them to do something, but we've got to make sure our risk processes reflect that we understand we can't direct them to do something, and that's how we will manage our risks. We won't be naive and think they're really nice, friendly people and they'll always do what we ask.
Thank you. Before I go to Councillor Crawshaw, did I spot you raising your hand earlier, Councillor Fisher? No, that's fine. No,
sorry, I'm just trying to negotiate my agenda without.
Oh, it's just I thought I saw a finger at the bottom of my screen, so I'll go to Councillor Crawshaw.
Thanks, Chair. I guess it's partly a question, partly an observation, really. I'm slightly concerned at the reliance every time on the planning process whenever we start to talk about how we'll influence the development of the project. And having watched the Terry's Chocolate Works site develop over the last 10 years and having seen the original promise of 2,500 jobs and all kinds of mixed use on the site, the balance between residential and commercial, that site has been entirely developed with residential. There's no commercial or next to no commercial, and there's virtually no jobs being delivered on the site. And so if the only mechanism that we have to manage the longer term development of this site is just referring back to the planning process every time, then I'm afraid I don't have confidence that we would be able to see this site develop out in the way that I think we all hope that it would do. Another point, just for clarification, I think as well, on the Terry's site, the outline application expired. And so things that were designated for one particular use, the outline expired, and therefore applications came in for something different. So whether or not you can answer now or whether it's something that comes to CSMC in January, what I'd really be interested in is understanding more the governance mechanisms around this arrangement between all of the different partners about how the site is developed out. And it's been alluded to already, but if we are putting in 35 million, we need to see a very clear mechanism by which the way that the site is developed is not unduly risking the borrowing that this council would be needing to put in. So, as I say, it may or may not be something that you can speak to right now, but certainly something that I'd like to see addressed in January.
Tracy, and then possibly Neil, but
I don't think we are saying it's all comes down to planning. That's our only control, but it is a very important part of this, and that's why we've taken such a strong approach to getting the right kind of planning framework in place and not letting this evolve piecemeal. The importance of the outline planning application can't be underestimated, and the focus that we made sure went into that, the creation of that commercial development, is absolutely central to that. But we do still have the very big stick of how we choose to use our future funding. And if we're not getting out of this scheme what we think is needed for the city in terms of commercial development, then we've got that as a big driver. We can force that issue. In terms of how the governance works, I have attempted to explain it on a number of occasions. Are there things that I'm missing from that explanation as to why you would want further detail? I'm not sure what you're asking for at the next meeting.
I suppose my just observation on that, Tracy, is the terms of reference that were set for the governance of the project, the different project boards, when are they fluid, for example, given that there is a significant, and I think we would all agree that there has been a significant difference once the 77 million pounds was allocated from where we thought we were to where we currently are. Will that be subject to then any form of change of terms of reference of the various decision-making bodies?
Yeah, I think that it's not fluid in the changes and washes and waxes and wanes, but when you get to when something big changes, it's not like there's a risk klaxon goes off in the Carter household and we suddenly kind of spring into action and change it. But when that funding decision came, we all acknowledged that meant that we needed a review of the delivery arrangements, a review of the funding arrangements, and a review of the governance arrangements. And that is partly what is being kicked off now. That's what we're working on in terms of how we see our current risk profile and what therefore we need that governance regime to look like to be able to manage that risk profile.
And that's great. And so from that, if you're changing the terms of reference of the governance arrangements, what are the checks and balances? Who's authorising those? Will they go to executive? Will they be a public document open for scrutiny? Will they be something that's agreed by yourselves as officers with the strategic partners?
Well, we will undertake the first bit to agree it with partners to make sure that it is something that can be made to work. But just like with the previous governance arrangements, we took those to executive for full agreement of the terms of reference and the governance boards. You know, I have very little delegation going into those coordination boards to be able to make up random things for the council. I've taken every single decision through executive so that I've got the ability to be able to stand up in that forum and assert the council's requirements.
Because there are some decisions that are delegated to officers, and I was just wondering whether governance was one of them.
No.
Yeah. Can I just answer a couple of councillor?
Yeah, I've spotted Councillor Crawshaw, but Neil.
Just to finish up on the Councillor Crawshaw's questions. So yes, the planning regime is a very important piece, and you don't have control over the development of the whole city. That's not what Parliament has given in terms of control to local authorities. This is a development that is owned by a separate landowner. It's for them to develop that land. We've actually managed to exert a huge amount of influence as an authority in how they bring forward that land, and we've effectively managed to secure enterprise zone money as well as Homes England money, as well as WICA funding to help that make happen. But we're accountable for all those funds to those funding partners as well. So it's not like the money is CYC's own borrowing that it's bringing to bear. So I just wanted to highlight this. The enterprise zone funding is a treasury relaxation of funding to the authority, whereby we retain 100% of business rates for a set period of time. That money cannot be spent on other things. It's not money for the council to spend on. It comes with its own checks and balances that Treasury provide, and it's got to be used for economic development within the CYC economic area. And it's actually awarded through the LEP as well. So the LEP have a governing role in respect to the enterprise zone funding. So there is a absolute raft of obligations for all parties to work through before we can proceed without, should we say, alternative proposals that I know you're concerned about, Councillor Crawshaw.
And can you just hold that thought? I will go back to Councillor Crawshaw, but that you've just said something that I think is incredibly relevant, which I would like to explore in a bit more detail with you. But I'll go to Councillor Crawshaw because I think he had a supplementary question.
Well, it was just briefly just to come back to Tracy about what we were looking at from the committee's point of view from CSMC, and I think we've talked a little bit about the terms of reference of the different boards, and I think one of the things that became clear, well, way back before COVID now, but there was a time in February or March when we discussed York Central, and it was apparent that there wasn't a mechanism by which, when a terms of reference on one board changed, it was reflected or updated on the terms of reference of other boards within the partnership. And I think it's understanding how those boards relate to each other, how as things change they are updating each other and making sure that CYC's fully abreast of it and exerting all the influence that we possibly can do within the governance arrangements within the York Central Partnership, and then the different structures within that. So just as a point of clarity.
Thank you. Sorry, were there any other supplementaries? In which case, can I just go back to the, because I think this is incredibly relevant, the funding that's been provisionally allocated by WICA and the LEP. They were allocated to CYC on the strength of CYC being allocated £77.1 million within the HIF fund. Sorry, that is what I understood from the report. Sorry, you just seem to be disagreeing.
I'm not disagreeing. I just would want to.
So my question is, you've already made reference in the risks, and I can't exactly find where they are now without looking in more detail. That there has to be now an arrangement for that funding to be made available to potentially the landowners, Network Rail and Homes England. How's that process going to take place, and to what extent does that put the project at risk, and is there any barrier to an authority, a local authority in the form of West Yorkshire Combined Authority, in doing that to a third party provider rather than another local authority? Tracy.
So those discussions with WICA are ongoing. We can't actually make that decision until we're determined who's delivering the second phase of infrastructure. So if that ends up being Homes England, for sake of argument, and the funding from MHCLG has already gone there, our assessment of risk is probably that there's very little point us being in the middle of that particular funding sandwich in receipt of WICA funding to us, which we then have to take risks on signing up to the terms and conditions of that funding to then try and pass them on to Homes England to be able to deliver. And we've already opened up that debate with WICA. If that was going to be the case, then it would be more sensible for that funding to flow through in a direct contract between WICA and Homes England, and all WICA's governance regime, which is intensive to say the least, then is a direct relationship back to the people who are controlling the delivery. And I think it's really important there is that direct line of sight between the funding agreement and the responsibility to deliver, and that doesn't get diverted by unnecessary parties to that funding agreement.
And from your understanding, there is no legal impediment to them taking that direct conduit as opposed to having to funnel it through another local authority?
No.
Neil.
Sorry, there wouldn't be an impediment as far as I'm aware, Councillor Pavlovich, but obviously West Yorkshire Combined Authority are not free entities who can spend that money how they see. That money's obviously come from government departments, and the WICA have got their own objectives to feed back to government as to how that money's been spent. I think what we're looking at here, and I think this is an interesting, in particular for this committee, all this is taxpayers' money.
Yes.
So the £155 million, be that future business rates, be that transport fund through WICA, be that direct awards to Homes England, Network Rail, whomever, it's all taxpayers' money.
Yeah.
And it's all got to be accounted for by the mechanisms and the governance arrangements in all those bodies. So So for me, there is an important piece from an AMG perspective. Wherever money flows through this authority, that we have full accountability to yourselves for that. But where the money doesn't flow through us, that this committee also makes note and effectively makes it clear to the public at large who has got accountability for that money.
And you know, and I do feel that that falls very much, and I absolutely agree with you. I think that very much falls within the remit of this committee, because we are talking about significant sums of taxpayer money, and you know, the 35 million that we potentially are borrowing has a revenue implication. It has to be paid back. We have to pay the interest on it, and therefore it's about saying, if we are taking a risk with 35 million pounds, that we are as sure as we can be, and that's where I still retain some concerns that the goalposts, if you like, aren't moved, because that money is allocated to infrastructure. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, it's 35 million pounds that's going towards IP2, is that correct? No, what's that 35 million infrastructure borrowing allocated towards?
So there are 7 work packages of infrastructure. IP2 is the one that's largely funded via WICA and through the MHCLG grant. There's then other further funding packages along the way, which would be reliant upon the EZ monies being released, but we have not yet made the decision to release those, and would require a full risk appraisal of that before we were to do. And in order to do that, we'd then have to remodel the business rates retention from a refreshed programme of delivery and a commitment by the landowners to deliver the commercial space.
So just to be clear, Councillor Pamela, the reason that the 35 million is at the last money to be drawn down is because all the partners have recognised that the enterprise zone money and the council's ability to take the decision to borrow that relies on more certainty that the commercial development is going to be delivered and deliverable. So therefore, in direct government grant through WICA, through Homes England, so effectively getting on for nearly £100 million ahead of our 35 million is the best way for us to mitigate them on that 35 million.
So can I just ask Debbie, sorry, I hope you were tuning in, Debbie, the 35 million, where it sits within Treasury and where it sits within the borrowing forecast, can that just be constantly rolled forward?
Yeah, when you look at the Treasury indicators, which you'll be doing in the new year, you can, because that is setting out your future plans. You're not committed to do that. There's no commitment at any point currently to do that. That is just a forecast of your plan. So each year when at full council you approve the budget, you only actually approve the next year's budget, but you have that medium-term financial strategy in front of you, particularly on the capital programme. But yeah, you know, at the point when we get to that point in terms of the project, a number of years' time, as it gets nearer, you'll firm that up a bit more, but you've not made any commitments as an authority at this point in time. It's just there for financial planning purposes. Yeah.
Now then, members, I'm totally mindful. I'm going to take these glasses off because I just look weird. I'm totally mindful, colleagues, that we have been at this for quite some little while. I suspect we haven't finished. So although it's I was planning to hold a break just before we go on to the next major substantive agenda item, I do feel that it's appropriate for us to have a 10 or 15 minute break. I hope everybody's in agreement with that. Should we say 15 minutes? I mean, can people give me an indication if 15 minutes is okay?
Yeah. Can we say quarter Quarter past, yeah. It's just obviously office. Can we say 10 minutes, Chair? Quarter past. It's just there's officers online. I'm just conscious of their day started this morning early.
Likewise for members.
Yeah,
absolutely.
If it's okay, because it has been quite a grueling session. I will say 15 minutes, but I am incredibly appreciative of all the officers that are hanging on this call. But I do feel that we need a regular comfort break. So
I'm not going to labour the point, Chair, but I've got caring responsibilities for my elderly parents who haven't had the tea yet. Just out of humanity, can we please just get back to this as soon as we can?
Okay, we'll call it 10 minutes then. I haven't got my watch. Hang on.
Back at quarter past then.
Back at quarter past. Yeah. Thank you, and welcome back, everybody. I hope everybody's suitably refreshed. So I thought it'd be useful if I just did a quick summing up of where I feel we got to prior to the break. If I've got anything wrong, I'm sure officers will correct me. So the governance arrangements are amendable, and they're not a delegated power, and they will go to executive for agreement and member oversight. That we looked at the risks as they relate to the overarching powers, if you like, for the York Central project, which are held predominantly by the major landowners, which are Homes England and Network Rail, and that they do have the powers subject to discussion to amend the project's composition, but that were that to happen, that any future funding decisions would then be made on the basis of that, and that there is no major funding obligations for City of York Council that are set in stone and that cannot be therefore amended. Is that an accurate assessment, Neil, Tracy?
Yeah, I think so. It's broadly, I think, reflects the position that we've discussed through this evening's meeting. Yes.
Good. I always get worried when you look doubtful, but
there's so many nuances to it. But I think it's not an inaccurate summary, Chair.
Not inaccurate. Well, yes, that's a double. You'll find that's a double negative, which means it's therefore accurate. I will now invite Councillor Fisher, who I think had a question still on Risk Register 1.
Thank you, Chair. My concern, it came out, I think, fairly clearly at the planning meeting when we actually approved the Reserve Matters application. And it concerns DCB, well, it's written as 29, but I think it should be 23. It comes between 22 and 24. There are two things about this. One, it doesn't seem to have an actual summary score. It's just got NA, and I'm not sure what NA actually means. Is it not applicable, not available, or what? And it brings into the equation the fourth member, who hasn't really been mentioned so far, really, which is the National Railway Museum. Now, as I understand it, they're a minor landowner, but they do control a pretty critical area of land, which we need for the road infrastructure. Now, clearly their interest lies in getting the central hall built between the two parts, which requires a stopping up of Lehman Road. My question is, what happens if that stopping up order doesn't come through? Have we got a plan to actually get the infrastructure road in without necessarily using the National Railway Museum land? Would it require a further planning application? Could that lead to further delays and therefore cost implications?
Okay. Well, without the stopping up order, there's a question for the partners as to whether or not they wish to proceed with York Central, because obviously a £50 million investment by central government into the delivery of a major anchor institution on the York Central site is obviously a key factor for them weighing up investing significant amounts of public money into the site as a whole. So would it be as an attractive proposition without that? So there's a question first of all for all the partners as to whether or not the property to proceed on that. But there is technically the ability for the infrastructure to be put in place without the stopping order, but there's a question of whether or not the party, and it would be one of those major review points that Tracy's alluded to, where there'd have to be a significant review of risks associated with all parties and whether or not to proceed and on what basis.
So if I can just add to that, that we don't need the stopping up order to build a new road. That relates to the closing up of the existing road. So if we didn't get the stopping up order, but we did still want to build the road and carry on, then there would need to be a determination by the Highways Authority about what to do about the existing route of Lehman Road. And there would also be a decision by the NRM as to whether they still continue to release the land that they have that is around the concrete works, which is part of the master plan for further housing. So they would have choices to make about how they address that challenge if they weren't able to build the new museum building over the road. And then the Highways Authority would have decisions to make about how it saw the transport infrastructure working when you then have two roads through the site. And I don't know if you want to come in on that, James.
Yeah, I mean, there are options, of course. You don't need a stopping up order to stop cars using the road. So there are options around that. But I think the primary concern would be that issue of the sort of land swap for the concrete works, as Tracy has alluded to, and the ability for NRM to build their new museum hall if there was still a road there, obviously.
So to summarise, the stopping up order is pretty significant, but is not a catastrophic, final, disastrous end to the whole project. But it would cause delays, because presumably we'd have to submit. There have to be a new planning application submitted. Because there'd be a new junction on Lehman Road of some sort. Thank you for that. I need to go and get a pill. Excuse.
Thank you. I don't think we need to stop for Councillor Fisher. I'm sure we'll be back in a second. Can I just ask, therefore, why that risk is assessed as green, notwithstanding it says NA? Because from what Neil's just said, that sounds like a really, really significant issue for the overall viability of the project.
I can only think that is an error, given that it's got NA in it. It's got to be scored, and we'll take that away and look at it.
On my copy, Chair, it's rated high.
Right.
Oh, on my copy, it's rated NA and in green.
That will occur on the Infrastructure Delivery Board. Are you looking at the Coordination Board one or the Infrastructure Delivery Board one? Is it on both?
I'm looking at page 9, so DCB, the Delivery Coordination Board, DCB 29, on page 9 of our copy. It does say NA, but right at the end, the last column, which is the net rating,
it does say high. Yeah,
it says high.
Yeah, I think it's the ones with NA which I think are wrong. So I think you need to read the mitigated risk is at this stage is still high.
Thank you. Councillor Webb.
On the point of the Lehman Road, I believe that there's going to be an inquiry, and sort of how have we prepared, or have we managed? Have we prepared a budget for that? How much is that likely to cost council? And how are we planning and preparing for that?
It's not a council risk because it's not us applying for the stopping up order. So the council has not provided a budget. That has been funded by the applicants, which is NRM, Homes England, Network Rail. Am I right, James?
It's led by NRM. I don't know whether it's just NRM or whether it's the other landowners as well.
So there is no risk there to CYC for any costs. Councillor Crawshaw, do you have supplementary?
Thanks, Chair. If I may, it's just again a point of clarity, I suppose. So the concrete works slice of land, which is sort of dependent on the stopping up order going through. Do you know approximately what percentage of the whole site that is, and/or approximately how much residential would you anticipate going on that site? It's just to get a gauge of what the impact is on the overall project if that were not to go ahead.
I don't, off the top of my head, know. It's hundreds, not thousands, but it is a fairly important part of the first early phases. So we can get back to you with that information, Councillor Crawshaw.
That'd be helpful. Thank you.
Just to be clear, whatever the percentage, it would require a review by all of the landowners, and they would have their own perspectives and risk, etc., and the impact of this. So it might be something that members would say, well, that's a relatively small percentage, we need to continue with this. It could be that the major landowners take an entirely different view and say, well, actually, that might be something we wish to proceed with, and actually the site would be best continued to use for rail usage, for example. So there are options for all of the parties to consider when the stopping up order outcome is known.
Yeah, but sorry, so just from that, I will come to you, Tracy, in a second, but so just from that, if for example, CYC's perspective was we still want to continue with that, but the landowners take a different view, the landowner's perspective will be the one that carries the day, won't it? Because if they turn around and say, actually, the profit's not in there, the return isn't there from a Homes England perspective or a Network Rail perspective, and they don't want to proceed, where does that leave us? Where does that leave the overall project, and where does that leave any monies that we've already committed? Because we can't take the project over, can we? We can't take York Central over.
No, it's not. We haven't got control of the land. They can effectively say that the road can't be built on our land. It's going to be used for rail purposes. So it's one of those situations where all of the partners would have to have their own independent reviews, but collectively review it as well, and come to a judgment of view as call as to whether to proceed or not. And that's what we've done throughout to get us where we are today. But if the risk profile changed significantly, any one partner could go, you know what, with it either leaves a funding shortfall or a land take shortfall. So, you know, it is a significant event, but I think what we're saying is, Councillor Fisher probably articulated, it would be a significant event, but it wouldn't be catastrophic because the partners could continue to proceed. All I was highlighting to Councillor Crawshaw is aren't obliged to proceed because obviously the risk.
Tracy, sorry.
Can I just add to that one of the other probably less foreseen outcomes from that would be that the economic case for the release of the funding that we've already amassed would change if you were to take out such a significant element of it. So if you take out the GVA uplift from the expansion of the museum, then the economic case and the BCR ratio for the MHCLG funding changes and drops, and there may be consideration from funders as to whether they will actually still sign up to that. It would also have implications for parking for the NRM and how all that worked through. So it is a fairly, it's not a block that you can just carve out of the whole master plan and do or not do without there being other implications, and it is quite complicated. So I wouldn't like you to have a simple view that if you could just drop it and you lose however many houses. It is not as limited as that. There would be bigger repercussions from that not going ahead.
Thank you. I lost all my signals. Did I go from your screens at all?
No, you were still there.
Oh, was I? Oh, right, great. Oh, I just lost you. Right, fine, thank you. Sorry, I'm totally thrown here by losing all my signals. Councillor Webb.
Thank you, Chair. I think this comes in sort of DCB 3, but also DCB 27, I think it is. It's related to, sadly, the topic of COVID-19. And obviously the fact that since an awful lot of this risk register, I know it's a very evolving document, but a lot has changed in the last sort of 6 to 8 months, and a lot in terms of the way business takes place, the way offices are going to be used, and obviously a large part of what we've talked about tonight is the fact that as an authority, we are very, very concerned with the amount of business rates we're going to get back, essentially, from this being a business-led project rather than a housing-based project. I was just wondering what sort of financial modelling has been done recently to sort of look at the impact of COVID-19. How will that take place over time? How will that modelling take place over time? And how will that then feed into the risk register? Because obviously that has huge implications based on all the stuff we've been talking about around this. So yeah, who can help there?
Tracy. You're muted, Tracy, at the moment.
I would say my most cogent thoughts when I'm on mute. There's two aspects to the COVID impact on the commercial. There is a timing issue as to when development might actually take place, and there is the nature of the commercial space that will be created. We've identified and analysed the risk as we see it at this point in time, and there's two things at play there. Firstly, we believe that York will be, if anything, more attractive as a place to do business as we see commercial activity locating out of cities and into towns. And if we classify ourselves as being a big town or a small city, then we are still well placed in terms of the location to be able to have the north shoring effect that we're seeing being trumpeted. And the fact that it is not yet designed or built means that you can design those spaces around the new need for commercial space. We don't see it going away. Every professional contact that we have with developers and investors sees this being as something that is a temporary blip, but it might actually change the nature of office. So we're kind of well placed on that one. However, we've been 2 years waiting for the funding, and our enterprise zone funding modelling needs redoing with a new timescale, and we need to do probably different sensitivity analyses to make sure that we're still confident that we are going to generate enough business rates to repay the required amount of borrowing. So if I just remind you of the original modelling, if it went swimmingly and went fast, and there was massive take up and we didn't have the biggest economic downturn the world has ever seen, then we would have been generating, I think it was £110 million of business rates. But in the hands of Patrick Looker, who took a slightly more kind of gloomy view of how that might transpire, even in his worst nightmares, it was still going to deliver well over 35 million. We'll need to remodel that before we bring that decision back, and then we'll need to keep remodeling it as we go through delivery to make sure that we are keeping on top of that. And then the funding agreement with the landowners will need to give us the security and the backup that we need to make sure that they're developing and in that space at the rate we need them to be able to underpin our financial liabilities on that.
So just on that topic, the calculations that we have in respect of business risks, notwithstanding COVID, are that this is an attractive development for a variety of businesses that would pay business rates. Can I just explore, for example, what would be the case if, say, a large section of that were taken over, say, by the university, and they currently would not then be liable to a business rate charge? Is that, have I got that right? So say they took 2/3 of the site, which would obviously still be a very attractive project, but it may not make the EZ receipts that the city needs. Correct. So what happens under those circumstances?
Well, it's something that in terms of our under the enterprise zone that we would effectively need to guard against when we set that funding agreement in place with the landowners. But equally, we know that the government has talked about the possibility of York Central being a government hub.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
If an announcement was made around a government hub, you might be in a position as members, or the executive would be in a position to say, well, actually, we've got clear commitments that something's going to be built, and we can actually model exactly what the business rates income will be, and therefore we're more than content to borrow that money, because we know effectively we've got a blue chip tenant who's committed to the site. There are a variety of outcomes in terms of occupation. I think the fundamental piece here is that, one, York continues to be a very attractive. York Central is probably one of the most attractive propositions within York, and that the evaluation would have to be done at the point of the decision, so that officers could accurately reflect at that point in time the risk to members, recognizing that the future is uncertain and you have to make your decisions at a point in time.
Councillor Webb, did you have a supplementary on that?
Yeah, thanks. I'm glad you have said that York Central is attractive commercially, and then it continues to be so. I think it would be really nice to see some hard evidence on that sort of going forward, and sort of, you know, the results of your models. I suppose for me, it's how are we communicating those models with the partners who are going to be delivering on the site, and how do we make them listen, I guess.
When you say models, are you talking about the
well,
enterprise zone modelling?
What you've just said. I mean, because obviously there's a might be more profitable to stick lots and lots of houses on it, but it might be better for CYC to do sort of what you just talked about, whereas is make sure we retain, you know, commercial space there. So how are we influencing that?
Through each of the boards, we have articulated our expectation and our need for that to happen in order for us to put the remaining funding in. So partners are very clear that early phase development needs not to just be about housing, it must also be about commercial, and that is their expectation as well. So as they're developing their own plans for the first phase of development, they are doing it in tandem with commercial and with housing within that first phase. So they're hitting some of the early delivery timescales. It is incredibly important for the EZ side of it that not only do we get the scale of development, but we get it early as well, as early as we can, so that it's generating more business rates over the 25-year period.
But sorry, just to go back to something that Neil mentioned, is a decision, a recommendation, a proposal may come to executive that says, look, we recognise that the major anchor tenant, blue chip tenant, won't be paying business rates, but we still feel that the risks are worthwhile for you to borrow down that money.
That's entirely possible, depending on how much commercial space is left and the judgment call of your finance officers and the robustness of the predictions that will be in place at that time. I just want to be clear with the members that we undertook enterprise zone modelling at the point the budget. We haven't refreshed that enterprise zone modelling because obviously, particularly at the moment, we're at a state of flux in terms of, well, what could happen, what would happen, but we absolutely will be undertaking a review of that modelling at the point we come to make a decision. And then just make sure that there's no misunderstandings. When I talk about the attractiveness of York Central, that's on basis at this moment in time, because obviously we speak regularly as part of our commercial portfolio with developers around the city, and and for example, you can see the recent investment in the purchase of Carluccio's and the announcement of £3 million worth of investment into the city centre. We're still considered an attractive proposition, and we're aware of other developers who are also looking at other sites in the city, and they're telling us they're looking forward to York Central coming up on the market. But obviously a formal review would be undertaken at a decision point.
Can I just also clarify that if we were to become a government hub, or even at the farthest extreme, the new home for the House of Lords, they all pay business rates. It's only universities that don't, and hence our occupier brief that we've given to the landowners does not focus on the university sector. And nor from the discussions we've had with York University, are they currently in a position where they actually want to consider that as a location.
Oh, that's interesting. Right. Sorry, that wasn't where I thought we were. So that's useful to know. But you do make reference, and I think this is a relevant time to ask the question about the overall attractability or attractiveness of York. In DCB 2, you talk about in mitigation 16, working with local partners who have an immediate need for space. One of the concerns I think that has been expressed is that the York Central development will be potentially a really attractive venue, and that businesses that are currently within York will want to relocate to it, which will then just basically recycle York's existing businesses and not generate new businesses into the city. How are you going to be able to mitigate against that, and how's that planning going to work?
You can't entirely mitigate it, Councillor Pavlovich, but it is something that the enterprise zone funding requires the authority to consider and promote new investment in York Central rather than effectively relocation investment. But I would also highlight that there are a number of our current city occupiers who are looking at York as a potential in consolidation. So where they've got major office blocks elsewhere, currently their view going forward of home working is that they could actually live in a city that's much smaller with a much smaller floor plate. So there's potential opportunity for consolidation in York that wouldn't have necessarily pre-COVID have been possible. So it could be expansion as well.
That's interesting.
Can I just highlight, Chair, we've still got the last two risk registers.
We do, and yes, you're absolutely right. So can I move colleagues on to the risk register, the Annex 2, which is on pages, I think it's on page 13 of, which is the Infrastructure Delivery Board risk register, and then the smaller one, which is Annex 3, which is the CYC Key Corporate Risk Register. Do colleagues have any questions in respect of the IBD references? Councillor Crawshaw. Sorry, I was looking at my risk register then.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just we've sort of talked about it a little bit already, but IDB 18, which is the MHCLG funding route risk, and I appreciate that this risk register might not be the right place to reflect it, and likewise the CYC key corporate risk. But the other risk that I think has been missed or I haven't seen reflected is obviously the original plan was 77 million comes to CYC, it gets loaned to, or sort of, the grant is given to the delivery partners, and then through the land receipts there's the opportunity to receive back up to 77 million to the council that can then be used to spend on housing infrastructure elsewhere in the city at a later date. And I think some of trying to understand the change in the delivery mechanism is partly about the delivery of the York Central project, but it's also partly about understanding what the sort of benefit to the city is. And obviously there's great benefit in developing York Central, but there was this potentially very tangible up to £77 million that would come back into the sort of housing infrastructure that the council could spend. And I'm not seeing that reflected anywhere in terms of the risk to the ongoing business of the council, I suppose. And I don't know that there's a different mechanism being proposed by which we might recoup some of that potential land receipt that could have come our way, which may now not do.
Tracy.
I think you've identified one of the changes that's brought by that funding change is absolutely that. It's not HIF money, it's not housing money, it is some unnamed funding source from MHCLG, but it is not HIF, and therefore the conditionality about kind of reprovision to us of any funds spent on the 77 million changes, I don't see that necessarily as something that would be picked up in the funding risk, but it should be represented to executive alongside a review of all the funding issues to go back to that report where we identified the overall 155 million and what the benefits would be to the council. We've got to recast that benefits profile in light of the new funding sources. I don't necessarily think it's a risk, but it's something that does need doing as soon as we've clarified what those funding arrangements are going to be.
Yeah, because I do think that it's interesting that 77 million that could have been clawed back and recycled within the city is now potentially going to be clawed back by the major landowners and either go back to central government because they are government organisations or spent elsewhere. And I suppose from a risk perspective for the city is what are the potential implications of that lack of the ability to claw back that 77 million for our future plans?
Business case was never predicated on effectively there being that level of surplus. It was effectively an additional benefit should the land effectively achieve that value, and therefore there would be that surplus coming back. But the business case that was presented to members wasn't based on the fact that we were going to get that money, because it was felt within the from recollection, the financial analysis that was not likely to be achieved in terms of the surplus. But obviously it was there as an upside, and as Tracy said, that would need to be reported to executive. But you've got to reflect, as you probably, this is government funding, and government funding from Homes England for housing. The authority is in discussions more broadly on a wide range of sites associated with Homes England funding, and indeed the devolution ask has quite some significant asks in respect of funding. So the opportunity for the authority's wider housing aspirations and government funding for that still does exist.
Okay. Are there any other questions? And then we shall move on to, if not, we shall move on to risk register 3, because I am mindful that we've given this a really significant airing this evening, and we have got quite a long agenda, and I don't want to truncate the conversation, but I am mindful that we've had officers sat in the background for quite some little while. Was there anything on Annex 3? Councillor Lomas.
Thank you. I just returned to the questions I was asking at the beginning, because in reading this risk register, I don't see any reference to some of the specific the specific controls and management actions in the other 2 risk registers that have the potential to cost CYC in some way. And I would expect to see that if there are the 2 separate kind of risk registers that belong to the 2 boards, which obviously have a number of different partners owning different aspects of the risk and the control and mitigation measures. But where there are things that are owned, the actions are owned by CYC, then I would expect to see those in the key corporate risk register, because some of them are quite significant, and I don't see them in there, and it's not clear. If I knew absolutely nothing at all about York Central, and these were the first documents I saw, I don't think it would be clear to me from looking at one to the other that they were owned by the same people or the same entity. So I think that where there are things that are actions that are owned or co-owned by CYC, I would expect to see those in the key corporate risk register where they entail risk or cost to CYC.
If I could come back on that and just point you to KCR2, which I think covers at a slightly higher level the issue that you're raising there, which is about the non-delivery of the outcomes and the level of risk and return not being acceptable for the planned investment. That is exactly what that is talking about.
Councillor Lomas, have you got a supplementary?
I do, yeah. So if you look at, for example, let me find the right one. Bear with me, sorry for waving my papers around. DCB2, potential for CYC to underwrite risk to allow more speculative schemes to proceed. DCB3, secure focused consultancy support. There are loads that I've highlighted as I went through that look to me as if there was a cost or a risk for CYC. I don't see any of those in KCR2. Now it may be that some of them are, some of the things are, the implications are quite broad in there, but it doesn't refer back to it. It's not specific enough to signpost to it. I think if I was reading KCR2, I would be thinking more globally about whether York Central happens or not the specific undertakings as risk mitigation measures on behalf of the delivery coordination board that will expose CYC to cost or risk.
They don't expose them to cost or risk until they're decided upon. This is a risk register based on high level speculation about what happened in the future, not a costed risk register about something that's already been decided upon. So I point you back to my answer the last time you asked the question, that is a different type of risk register, and KCR, the Annex 3, does not stand in isolation of those two other risk registers, and we would not want to duplicate every single line that happens in those two other risk registers in this one.
So can I just, sorry, Councillor Lomas.
Yeah, I was, if I can just finish what I was going to say. My point at the beginning was that when decisions are being made, they need to be made mindful of the full and wide implications. So it may be that somebody is asked to make a decision now on something that appears quite limited in its scope and its risk and its cost. But when you factor in all the other implications that come further down the line, that when you get to a decision you're making 14 years from now, that's also going to be dependent on it, that you will end up in a position where you can't avoid but expose CYC to the cost or the risk because you've gone so far down the line. You need to have some kind of global overview of all the things that CYC may need to undertake and get involved in to make this project happen. And for me, the key corporate risk register is that place. And I think that it is right that when decisions are being made, as you, Tracy and Neil, have said a few times during this meeting, that when decisions are being made, it's then that you would look at the costs, it's then that you would look at the risks, it's then that you would make those decisions with with full information in front of you. But if you don't understand all of the implications, then you're just making a decision on that one line that's in front of you without looking at all the other elements. And I think in terms of the governance issues, which is what we're talking about this evening, rather than the kind of specifics, I think there is a lack in terms of governance.
I can't understand.
Sorry, Neil.
If I could just come back on it's been absolutely clear with every single report that we have made to members where we've asked for a financial commitment, the extent of the risk that they face from that financial commitment. And there has never been any signing up to a decision on any of those that absolutely guarantees that they've got to spend money on anything else. That is not how it has been done in the past. And it's not how it'll be done in the future. Future decisions about financial implications will be made on the basis of the information at that time, and to speculate wildly about the cost of potential mitigations about potential future risks would be, in my view, unevidenceable. It would not be possible, and nor does it happen for any other project.
Can I just say,
sorry, Neil.
Yeah, can I just say, I entirely understand Councillor Lomas's point in terms of stepping back and looking at the overall project and the overall risk, but there's no such thing as perfect foresight. So we can't envisage that would come forward. So there's an iterative process where there's detailed risk registers that are updated on a regular basis. There's a high level risks, and I think the one that Tracy's pointed to at KCR2, that effectively covers a huge raft of potential future individual decisions that the authority will make that will cover the area you're concerned about, Councillor Lomas. So effectively they will cover off whether or not, as it says there, non-delivery of delay of outcomes, level of risk or return, or delay to delivery. All of those things will have to be taken into consideration as the decisions are made. So the governance arrangements aren't about whether or not the risk register covers everything that could possibly happen. It's whether or not there's an overall strategic view of the scale of risks that the authority is taking, and they're making sure that when decisions are made and risks are brought into and they accumulate to the authority, that those decisions are made in full knowledge of all the risks that exist at that point in time.
Before I come back to you, Councillor Lomas, because part of this committee's remit is that it can make recommendations to officers, and one question or one question that I'd like to ask members to consider is, when reports do come to executive that have a potential funding implication or a funding strategic overview decision, that the risk register is attached as an annex, because Tracy's quite right that the risks are referred to, but not in perhaps the detail that KCR, the Key Corporate Risks Annex 3 covers. And given that not all members of the executive, this falls within their portfolio, yet they're expected to vote on it, would it be helpful, do you think, for all members of the executive to have the risk register in front of them when they're making their decisions? I just ask, I'm throwing it out there for your opinions as to.
All I would highlight, Councillor Pavlovich, is that it's officers' responsibility, and it's the legal and financial officers' responsibility to make sure that members are aware of the relevant risks to the decision in front of them. So whether or not there's a risk register with 200 risks on it, or so it's the ones that are relevant to the decision that are important for members to. We just need to make sure that they are aware of the risks they're taking in respect of that decision, and not necessarily all the risks associated with the project, because we can't have it saying, well, there was 200 risks and I didn't know which one to look at. It's really important that members understand what they're doing at that point in time.
No, but sorry, Councillor Lomas.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify where I'm getting my information from. There's no wild speculation from me. I am reading it from the papers that we've been provided. So I'm reading from the papers that we've been provided to look at this evening, and I am reading the items that bear a cost or a risk of a cost for CYC, and I am suggesting that those should be covered in the key corporate risk register because they are key corporate risks. If in order to mitigate against risks in the Delivery Coordination Board risk register, CYC needs to underwrite the risk to make things happen, then that should be the corporate risk register.
Can I just interrupt a minute just to make this easier? Any report that goes to the executive does need the advice from myself and Debbie, and both of us are hearing this conversation this evening. I think if we feel that in order to make a reasoned decision based on all of the information that it has available, then either Debbie or I or both of us will require that as much information as possible is put before the executive in order to make that reasoned, solid decision. So if we feel, because we're hearing the debate this evening, if we feel that in order for executive to make a particular decision that they need to see the entirety of the risk registers as they are presented, then that would be the advice that certainly I would give. I know I can't speak for Debbie, but it would certainly be the advice that we would give. These are public domain documents as well. So we would want to make sure that the executive had all the information available.
Yeah. Thank you. Noted. I think we're going to move on with respect, colleagues. I have just one observation that I'd like to make. Pages 27 and 28, there's a number of risks there that have been described as various, with various implications and various controls. Can you explain why they're just described as various when they say a series of delivery-focused risks categorized under? It's not really massively helpful for us if we're going to try to make any understanding, or have I missed something?
Which page are you on, Chair?
28, 29.
28 and 29. They're
if you look at the individual annex, it's page 12.
Yes, page 12 and page 13. They just state ongoing action, coordination with landowner through agreed governance arrangements, James Gilchrist and Tracy Carter as the risk owner. But to be honest, just describing something as various, it isn't massively helpful for us. And I suspect from a key corporate risks perspective, it's not useful to anybody else, frankly.
I think that relates back to the detailed, a whole host of detailed ones that are caught in the Infrastructure Delivery Board risk register, and that was an attempt to try and present the fact that there are the key corporate risks are not the only ones that exist, but they're captured in more detail elsewhere. Though I do take your point, Chair, that it's not hugely useful in that format.
Because if from A&G's perspective, we look at the KCRs. That's our job to assess the KCRs. It's not our job to necessarily look at the Infrastructure Delivery Board's strategic plan, nor the overall Delivery Board risk register. All we're going to be working from, if we ask for York Central, for example, to come back as part of our regular review of the KCRs, it's going to be that form that we're going to need. So we're going to need that detail in there, even if it is referenced on other risk registers that, yes, we've looked at tonight, but we may not look again in a year's time.
Yep, I would entirely agree, Chair. If you would like to make that as a recommendation, we'll make sure that that's rectified for the next iteration of this document.
Thank you. Right, colleagues, if there aren't any further questions, I'm going to draw this agenda item to a close. We have got two tasks though before we conclude. one of which is to consider whether there are issues that we feel that we need to reference back to Corporate Scrutiny Committee for them to look at and break down in more detail, because that's the appropriate area, or if there are any overall recommendations in respect of what we've heard this evening as it relates to this committee that we would like further information on moving forward from officers. So I'll open that to members. Councillor Webb.
Yeah, just a straight one, forward one. I think hopefully, obviously, the thing that Neil's just spoken about. Obviously, I think it'd be quite useful if we could get that sent to us, emailed to us, to members, and also, what is the time frame around when this key corporate risk might come back to this committee? I imagine it's probably not for quite a while, but obviously this is a movable feast. And my final point would be back on the how to put it. Essentially, the study into post-COVID changes, if there are any changes, what I mentioned earlier about the evidence for any studies that have been done post-COVID. I think that'd be quite useful to get back as well.
Yeah, Janie.
Just a comment around bringing matters back to a future meeting. I'm just conscious that we didn't bring the work plan to this meeting because we took it to your last meeting on the 20th of November. So with your permission, Chair, and members of the committee, we can meet with yourself and the Vice Chair just to ensure that we can ensure that the work plan is up to date and accommodates any recommendations coming out of this evening's meeting, because we don't have our next meeting until January.
Yeah, and just for the public and any members that don't recall, we did agree at the last meeting, is my understanding, that we wouldn't bring the work plan because it still needed amendment, and it's just such a close meeting to the last one that there was no point in bringing the same work plan that we had. That we had made amendments to, so it wouldn't have been a live work plan had it come back to this committee. Neil.
I just wonder whether I could suggest, Chair, that in terms of the next time it comes to audit and governance, that you effectively have a standing commitment from officers and from effectively the statutory officers at any point there's a significant change in the risk profile for York Central, that report, that it be brought back before yourselves, because I think it's a major decision to take. For example, is the £35 million of funding, and I would personally, as a officer responsible for that report, want to effectively come through A&G first and say this is the proposal that we've got. Then in opportunities for Councillor Crawshaw for scrutiny, and then go to the executive, because these are significant decisions that we're looking at coming forward. So rather than it being, oh, we want a discussion in February, it's if you link it to event, that might be more useful for the committee.
I think that's a very sensible suggestion, and what I would say to Janie and to Debbie is that should such a scenario arise in which officers became aware that a significant risk was having to be considered, and that would be coming to executive in potentially a few months' time, or in a month's time, that if we have a meeting, that it be put on the agenda under any other business or an emergency as an emergency paper. Would that be acceptable, Janie?
Yes, so long as you've got a meeting in sort of a
Yes.
proximity of executive.
I don't think we ought to call an extraordinary meeting just to consider that, but unless it was so significant that it looked as though the council were being asked to take on an extraordinary level of financial commitment and risk.
And then Debbie and I can liaise with yourself and Councillor Fisher as well around sort of arrangements as and when they're needed.
I think there were some things that would be suitable for Councillor Crawshaw's committee, but I will hand over to him to ask, from what you've heard tonight, Councillor Crawshaw, what did you feel that you wanted to look at in more depth?
Thanks, Chair. Well, I think we've already got coming in January this looking at the kind of governance arrangements within the partnership and the issues around, I sort of mentioned about the terms of reference of the different boards and how they update each other and how they impact on each other. I think, you know, one of the things that's come out of both the call-in in August and then some of the subsequent events has been, you know, just needing to have clarity and transparency around who owns which risk registers, where they're available and when they're available. And so again, I think that's probably something that would be picked up under that discussion around the governance arrangements. I think also, you know, there's an issue around the implication of the change of the funding, so that we can better understand what that means for the project going forward, the way that 77 million has been cascaded down. And I think, again, I'm not sure in terms of how it sits best between this committee and CSMC, but I think some of that discussion that was being had around the best way to understand the cumulative impact of the risk, the global kind of risks of the project, because I think that there is this nagging feeling that it becomes a runaway train, and you take a risk take a decision in isolation that leads you on to the next step, which leads you on to the next step, and then a decision that gets taken 3 or 4 steps down the line that you might not have taken if you knew everything that you know now, suddenly it becomes something that you can't not agree to because of everything else that's already happened. And so I think getting a better understanding of that, the mechanism by which we can assess that kind of more global risk, I know it's something that the CSMC has looked at previously around, you know, major capital projects and how we manage risk within, you know, major capital projects. But I think it still seems to be something that's coming back. So whether or not it's the mechanism that's wrong, whether or not it's members' understanding of the mechanism that's not there correctly at the moment. But obviously, if we're being asked to take significant decisions, we do need to understand what that mechanism looks like and what the implications of a decision now might be, you know, a year or two down the line. So it's perhaps need to have just a think about how we take that forward.
I mean, I think, I think that would be helpful. I do feel, however, that if you like, that cumulative global risk actually does fall into A&G's remit. I mean, I'll look to to Janie to correct me if she disagrees. But I think where I was coming from referring into your committee is there are some very specific areas of the detailed funding decisions that are going to have to be made, both in respect of how the infrastructure funding is going to be allocated, what the risks relevant to the project as a whole, although I think it's very detailed in respect of the stopping up order, because I think we now have some quite significant areas of concern. You know, we heard Neil saying, wow, that would be so fundamental that the delivery partners may have to then make a decision about its overall viability, but Tracy and James saying, well, it's not a deal breaker. So I think that drilling down of those specific areas in how the funding, if you like, is going to be at risk to CYC. Yeah, and then there's the whole issue for me about the enterprise zone and where the enterprise zone funding is built on a certain set of premises that may or may not exist, and where the benefits of an anchor organisation that may not pay business rates are, even though then we're not currently appealing to them as being part of York Central's commercial element. Councillor Crawshaw.
Thanks. I think as you're talking, what I'm thinking, and I don't know to what extent committee members on this committee are aware, CSMC has a quarterly update on York Central, and that gives us an opportunity to sort of focus on elements of the project that might be relevant at that particular time. And so I think that is somewhere that we'll pick up some elements of this. I think the other thing is to look at it from a more broad scrutiny perspective as well, because I think some of what you're talking about would certainly come under the remit of economy in place. And so, you know, I'm very happy to kind of take any recommendations from this committee as sort of broad areas that we might look at, and whether or not they sit best with CSMC, whether they sit with economy in place, and whether or not they're things that we need to sort of deep dive into right at this minute, or just be knowing that actually there's a key point coming up in 3 months, 6 months, 9 months time when a decision needs to be made. Because one of the things that we're trying to do with scrutiny is move us into a place of being slightly ahead of the curve in terms of decision making, and you know, having the input sort of before the event rather than after the event. Yeah. So certainly happy to take any recommendations from your committee as considerations, and whether or not they end up at CSMC or one of the other scrutiny committees in due course.
Well, given that you have the overview of
exactly
of all the scrutiny committees, I'll leave that one with you. But I think we've done an exceptional deep dive into this area. I would just like to thank officers for their patience and their willingness to answer all the questions that we've asked. I think we have raised some very valid points and areas that needed an airing. With that, I will say thank you so much, and you know, you are more than welcome to come and present to us at any time.
Thank you. Much appreciated, Chair. You're okay if we leave the meeting now?
Absolutely, absolutely. Please do. And thank you as well, Councillor Crawshaw. Now then, do we want another short break before we go on? We are going to have to take a number of these information governance agenda items together, I think. But given that they all fall within an overarching framework, I'm comfortable with doing that if other members are. And Janie has suggested that might be a suitable approach. Are members content with covering the complaints process and the information governance sections as one entity, if you like, though there are certain recommendations for each of those agenda items? Yeah. And a break. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Thumbs, oh, hands. Yeah, we'll take another 10. Is that okay? Well, ready to go live, right. Thank you and welcome back, everybody. After that marathon session of York Central. We now move on to the rest of the agenda, which is related to information governance. And I'm proposing that we join agenda items 4 and 5, which is information governance and complaints, and the covering report for annual complaints from March 2019 to April 2020. We will take those together, and I'd like to introduce Lorraine and Kath, but if you want to formally introduce yourselves, your roles, and present your reports.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, everybody. My name's Lorraine Lunt. I'm the Council's Information Governance Complaints Team Manager alongside the Data Protection Officer for the Council. We've presented 2 reports and provided 2 reports today. Agenda item 4 covers the usual report regarding information governance and complaints performance, which includes the regulator decisions from both the Information Commissioner's Office and also the complaints regulators, the Local Government and Social Care Ombudsman reports. In the annexes, you will see at Annex 1, we've provided the first reiteration of what the performance information looks like in a chart format rather than just tables of figures. And at Annex 2 and 3, the cases since the last report to Audit and Governance on the Information Commissioner and LGSCO cases and the decisions from them. We've also covered in the agenda item 4, the information and update on the publishing of the disclosure log. The disclosure log is one item of compliance that both data protection and FOI and EIR regulations require us to do. We also publish a publication scheme. Information is also provided on the York Open Data Platform on the Council's compliance with the Local Government Transparency Code requirements, and other information is available there. The rest of agenda item 4 covers the LGO complaints and decision notices, and then the annual complaints report is a requirement to publish an annual report on both adult social care complaints, children's social care complaints, and we took the decision 2 reports ago to include corporate complaints and performance in those areas. That report at the annex is the full detailed report that, once it's been through this evening and also into the January meeting, we will then publish in full in the Council's website. That goes into detail of not just complaints, but also compliments and concerns and comments. It also goes into detail regarding the themes and the lessons learned that we've taken from the complaints, including the annual letters from the LGSCO. That then informed some of the information in the proposals in the agenda, in the last agenda item. So that was a really whistle-stop tour of what's available in agenda items 4 and 5 and their annexes. Happy to go over to questions now, if that's okay.
Absolutely. Colleagues, Councillor Mason.
Thank you. There was a quite a big jump in EIR requests, and I just wondered if there was any context to that around COVID, or why you thought that had been seen just in this last quarter.
Thank you. The jump in EIR, so Environmental Information Regulations requests, will be potentially a mix of what else is going on for the council. So it could be that the big development plans that are in way, we would record them as EIRs rather than FOIs, because they have an impact on the environment. We haven't done any drill down into that initial from Q1 to Q2 increase. We'll continue to watch it in Q3, and if it looks like a steady increase, we will look at what the theme, what the cause might be. Sometimes there's a correlation with an increase in EIRs and a drop in FOI requests, so that the total combined total would look fairly steady away over the time and over the years.
Thanks. I think you're right. There probably was a drop in FOIs from when I looked, but again, I wasn't sure if that was because of COVID and people were just not as engaged or not as interested in what we're up to.
There was a drop in over the quarters in the first quarter from COVID lockdown happening, but it's very quickly picked back up again.
Thanks.
Any other questions? If not, I've got a question, and it's in relation to page 37, and this is the FOI sections. In FOI, the second chart down, Q3 percentage in time, it's blank, and it's blank on the bar chart. Now, presumably there were some FOIs in Q3. Is that just an error?
It'll be what was pulled through from the tool that's used to pull the information from the scorecards that the detail is put into. What I will do is, after this meeting, I will pull out the Q3 for 2019-2020 and send you around committee the updated bar charts.
That's great. I've got another question on all of these sections. Are there any KPIs for your team in respect of percentage out of time?
If you mean, is there a target that we aim to get to? It was set at previously 85% of all FOIs, EIRs and data subject access requests or rights of individuals to be at 85% in time or less. The ICO monitors all public authorities by their performance measures and look at what we publish. They look at what cases and complaints they're getting through to them, and they have that monitoring and evaluation of all public authorities in their responsiveness to FOIs and EIRs, and also on other types of complaints or concerns that are raised to them. So they actively monitor all public authorities and would be in touch with us and or yourselves and or the Chief Executive to raise any initial alarms or concerns, and then would follow up if they felt it needed to be with an on-site audit, which is what we had a few years ago. However, we did look at increasing the percentage and looking at comparator benchmark information about percentages in time, and the ICO recently increased their own FOI in time performance measures, and we will look to see if we can move towards that as a KPI for the council.
So what is, do you know what that is?
The ICO did move their own FOI responsiveness up to 95%. Mm-hmm. I have looked to see if they're publishing their performance against that target, and I haven't found it yet. I could always ask them an FOI, but I will continue to look at that alongside the regional work that's ongoing around benchmarking and comparative data.
Thanks. So just as a supplementary, so I had to work it out from the figures and the percentages. It would have been helpful, in my opinion, had you actually given a breakdown rather than just as a percentage what the actual number was of reports out of time. So adding them all up, there were 256 that were out of time out of 1422. That's 18% were out of time. So having missed that existing KPI, what is the prospect of meeting a stretch target of 95%? And what are the barriers towards achieving that?
As everyone will appreciate, targets are always that measure that we strive to and aim to achieve. If you're consistently and routinely meeting a target, my suggestion would be that we would have to move it upwards anyway. Over the 4 quarters, the reporting quarters in each year's performance, we do often see a dip in performance in quarters 2 and or 3, and then it picks up in quarter 4 and then makes the overall annual performance achieve a higher in-time performance. The difficulties with achieving a 95% performance in time target is that the nature of FOIs and EIRs are that not all are easy to respond to. They sometimes require a lot of collation and information being provided from numerous service areas, and that can take its time. The complexity of some requests do mean that some, and there will always be a number of FOIs. I'm not saying that we would ever achieve 100% in the 20 working days timescale, but we always look to do what we can within the time limits, and what we do and are proposing to do better going forward, which is lessons learned from what we did around the contingency plan for the service areas at the start of COVID-19, was we are piloting doing the end-to-end provision of FOI responses for some service areas and what impact that has on performance, and also looking at the ability to update customers and requesters in a more timely way. So whereas sometimes we may not know until the 19th or the 20th working day that we may not get the full response out in time, is that we do that in a much more timely way so that we can keep customers, requesters up to date with how we're progressing. And it may be that we give in part responses and explain when they will have the full final bits of the response going forward.
That's really helpful, because it's identifying what the barriers to achieving the out of time target are, and then putting a plan in place to address that and to improve it. And could I then just ask, if you were to send in a part response, would that be then considered a and then one after the 20, a full response after the 20 days, would that then be identified as an out of time or an in time?
For the ICO's measurement, it would be an out of time. Out of time. However, what we would look to do is, if we could identify where those out of times have been part responses or not, that would come down to the abilities of us being able to record that in a robust way in the system, and also be able to report that out. But we will certainly be looking at that as an option for going forward. On your other point regarding the information available on the charts from page 13 in the annex, this was the first provision of what the information could look like in a pictorial graph format. If there's other additional bits that I've taken away from what you said earlier that we can add into those graph representations, I will do that for next report. And if there is any others that councillors, members would like to see, such as a trend line, a theme line, we can certainly look at providing that for the next report.
Yeah, thank you. I think it just adds to transparency. But just to go back to your question, and I will open this up to others, is you say if the system allows you to do that, that part response, because I think that would be helpful. We completed an FOI, 2/3 of it, but there was one section that went out of time. I think that would contextualize it for the ICO and for members themselves. If we could say, look, this wasn't just we ignored it or it just went way beyond the 20 days. We did actually respond and we part responded. So what does the system need to have in place to allow you to be able to do that? And is that something that you don't currently have that we could make a recommendation about?
So it would come down to the fields and the types of categories that we have still available within the system that we currently have, where we manage not just FOIs and ERs, but all rights of individuals, all data protection and information governance casework. So that's the internal advice and support casework as well as all the complaints, concerns, compliments and comments, and all the regulator cases, including reviews and those decisions, investigations. And the system has its limitations on what configurations you can set within it. So we would have to go away and do a little bit of work to understand what we have to play with that would not incur a change request or a request to the system suppliers for more, which is always going to incur a cost. Also, we are at a point with the current system that we have that we're coming to the end of the contract life, and we are looking at what we need to do to replace it. Do we upgrade? Do we move to a new supplier? Do we do our own build, etc.? And all of this information, if not currently doable, after we have a further look at it, we would put it in any further specification for what new system or upgrade system that we would have.
Thank you. That's really interesting, and hopefully you would keep us in the loop in respect of all of that. So, are there any additional questions, colleagues? Councillor Webb.
We are taking 4 and 5 together, aren't we?
We are,
yeah. Mine's on 5. On page sort of 70, 71. Some of you would know that my eyes would be drawn towards the children's social care complaints stuff. I mean, there is, firstly on page 70, the complaints outcomes total. If you look over the years, you've gone 34, 28, 40, 44, and then this last year is 91. That's a big jump. And I suppose the other thing is, if you look at the complaints upheld, just the upheld ones, you're sort of going from just less than 10%, 10%. Well, in 2016, 2017, it was 0%, and then you're looking at sort of just less than 25%, something like that last year. Now, the explanation is around the fact that there are staff vacancies and stuff like that. And I suppose, really, I mean, there will have been sort of staff vacancies over time. And so is that the only information we've got there? And I suppose in terms of governance, if it is down to staff vacancies, then surely this is something that we know is going to keep coming up in various services, not just children's services. And therefore, what's the learning here, and how are we sharing that across the different sort of bits of the organisation?
Thank you, Councillor. Before I ask Kath Murray to add anything to what I'm going to say as the author of the main annual report, I would just draw your attention to section 23 on page 78, so further on in the annex, where we do pick out for children's social care complaints the learning of lessons and the practice improvements that were taken from those children's social care complaints, and those include not just looking at any long-term or ongoing staff vacancies, but looking at implementing strengthened care reviews, making sure that there is work done on improving the timeliness of sharing documents, not just between senior managers and the complaints team, but with complainants and customers, etc. So that's where we are, and we will do the continued lessons learned, getting action plans from completed complaints in that area, and working with both at a directorate level, but also within a team and service level, how we can do the learnings from complaints to try and drive down those ongoing recurring types of themes. Kath, is there anything you would want to add to that?
Yes, I think some of that we did see that there were particular problems around vacancies within that department, but I think some of the things that really came out from that, and it does happen, as you've said, across all departments, and it is one of the things that we do a lot of within the training, is that some of those complaints were really around things like delays in updating people about what was going on and communicating with them, so that people understood, you know, what was going on within their own care and their own case. And I think sort of the learning from that has really been very much about making sure that people are updated, and making sure that even if there's been a further delay, that you go back to somebody and you explain to them what's going on, you explain to them why there has been further delays, and you explain to them what the expected timescales are going to be to actually resolve things for them. And that goes the same for complaints, and you know, kind of what we were saying there within the FOIs and EIRs, and when there's delays on those things, it's just about keeping people up to date. And I think that's been a big thing that we've been trying to get across to managers. And I think another thing that's kind of come out of that in terms of improving things is I'm meeting much more regularly with some of the senior managers, particularly in children's services, so that we can identify those themes quickly, and senior managers can then put things in place within their own service areas.
Chair, if I can just add as well, particularly with children's, this is one of the pilot areas that we've been operating during COVID, which is that end-to-end approach as well, so that we can take full responsibility on behalf of children's, work with them. And part of our pilot scheme is to see if that has an impact to mitigate some of the circumstances of the delays, etc. So, you know, we've been trialing other things during COVID as well, just to try and improve and strengthen this area.
Thank you. That's interesting. Councillor Webb.
Yeah, no, that is interesting, and I think it'd be something that be good for us to hear sort of more about, but not tonight. My sort of follow-up to that is, I totally agree. It makes perfect sense that we should keep people up to date and say, look, this is why things have happened. But from a workload point of view, that obviously increases staff workloads. And yes, we're in a position where we might have more staff in this service, but you know, it's that fine balance, isn't it, really, as to, you are then going to end up taking up people's time by constantly, you know, getting in touch with people and referring them, which is, you know, the right thing to do, but it is going to be a drain on resource just in doing that, and it's a hard one to balance. I don't think there's actually a question there, but I think something to sort of highlight.
Can I just ask as a supplementary? You talk about the challenges that you have and the work that you're doing with senior managers. One of the areas that the annual report feeds back is an increase in the number of complaints about a lack of action. That's an action full stop, and that for it to be described as a theme when complaints are coming in from members of the public is really quite concerning. So how do you, because I appreciate that you have a challenge as well here in being able to move these complaints forward, which is what you want to do. So how are you addressing that area of are senior managers taking complaints seriously?
If I can answer that one. Yes, I think senior managers are taking complaints seriously, and I think it is one of those things, again, in terms of the meetings that we have with them and being able to get those reports to them so they know what's happening within their service areas quickly, and they can actually then pick up on those themes. So where they can see, for example, something isn't being actioned quickly and somebody's made a complaint about that, particularly if we're seeing that that's a recurring theme, we can make managers aware of that so they can look at where those issues are within their own areas and look at how they then potentially reprioritise things to be able to address that.
So in more specific detail, if you like, is how is that actually translating into an action plan? Because you are one side of it, you are the responders, if you like, but for you to be able to respond, you need to have got the information. How is the different corporate areas, if you like, working together to ensure that you get the information in a timely manner, that customers, these are predominantly related to delays with communication and updating family members. You've already made that point. So how is that being incorporated into an action plan that can then be measured?
So from my point of view, as a senior manager, I'm an absolute positive ambassador and advocate for making sure that the corporate complaints area, the whole agenda of it, is known to all members of the senior management team. Also, as we've been saying, we wanted to transform our way of working and our way of delivering this true corporate centre service. So as I've previously referenced, we've piloted, for want of a better description, the end-to-end approach with children's services. Historically, what has happened, and for the period of this report, is that Lorraine and Kath's team have picked up the complaint, sent it off to the service department or the team, the area, and then we get involved right at the very end. So what I was concerned about, and again, after a bit of a sort of a thought discussion and shower with Kath and Lorraine, is that what we were finding is that there was a lack of consistency. Things were dropping through loopholes and things were getting forgotten. And then we were left in like a rescue situation when it was too late. Everybody had, the antagonism about the lack of action had become the issue of the complaint rather than the complaint itself. So by piloting this end-to-end service, we've been able to promote the expertise of all of our staff members. They've been able to identify the issues, identify the actions that we require from the service department, whichever that may be, give a consistent approach, give a consistent professional advisory opinion to that service department. And then where we failed in that's escalated to myself, and I can have a conversation with my peer, my colleague, whoever that might be, so that we can escalate the response for that particular individual. So that hopefully will reflect in next year's annual report, hopefully, but that is something that the three of us have been really keen to try and promote and challenge and really embed as like a different culture really, and a different attitude towards complaints. So that is what we're trialing at the moment, and part of those experiences that we've had in delivering this report to you has fed into the reason for item 6 as well, because some of these about themes, some of these about consistency, transparency, openness of approach, etc., has all led into our thinking of bringing item 6 to you this evening as well. So that hopefully, I know it can't answer these questions now retrospectively, but hopefully going forward, that's where we want to be in a much stronger position for this team.
So just on that, when did the pilot start? How long is it going to run for? When will the evaluation of its efficacy be available? Or do you have any interim findings already?
So the pilot started just after lockdown. The first lockdown in March commenced because we needed to find, everybody was working a different way. We needed to prioritise frontline workers of supporting families and individuals and communities. So we volunteered to take on the end-to-end approach of complaints. So it started probably around April. Where we had the discussions, and Amanda Hatton and Sharon Holden at that time were very encouraging of us to use their directorates as sort of pilot projects. So we're hopeful that next time we bring an information governance update to you, we will have some sort of early doors data that it might not show a significant impact, but it's the start of something, and yes, and we can start seeing some themes. It's very early very early days, but we're certainly getting positive responses from it's now the people directorate, certainly getting positive responses, and also it means we're using the best resource for the best skill set. So social workers are not often the best people to respond to information governance inquiries. So that's what we're trying to do, and definitely trying to promote it through CMT, through our senior management team structure as well.
That's helpful, thank you. Are there any additional questions? Nope. Great. Are there any recommendations that you have for us here? Or are we just noting these?
Just finding the page.
I think it's just for note, isn't it?
Yeah, it was noting item 4, and in terms of the annual complaints report, it's sort of approving and acknowledging that you've received the annual complaints report.
Yes, we have. Thank you. That was actually really useful and really helpful. What I think I would like to see when we do next consider this is some sense of how this is working for you as well, as opposed to just how is it working from the other end, because clearly what you're describing is a significant increase in how the complaints team are operating. They're having a much more hands-on involvement with a complaint from receipt through to sending off.
Yes.
And it may well be that there are some problems in delivering that increased level of work on top of everything else that information governance are having to do. So it would be useful if you could give us a comprehensive analysis of what's worked well, what's not worked well, warts and all. Outcomes are great, but outcomes at the expense of other areas, perhaps leave it other questions, don't they?
Yes, I think I should just acknowledge the enormous amount of effort that our team has put into this, because they have completely transformed their way of working during lockdown. So they've been juggling a lot of other issues, and we've asked them to do something completely different, and it's tested them, it's challenged them, it's a complete different culture for them, and they have risen to that challenge. So I'm incredibly grateful for them, and they've also offered their contribution to this next item at item 6 as well. So it has been a whole team approach in bringing item 6 to you as well.
That's wonderful. So without further ado, nice segue there, Jenny.
Oh, thank you.
We move into agenda item 6, which is a proposal. Now, am I handing over to you now, Jenny? Are you?
Yes, if that's okay.
Yes.
I'm just going to very quick. I'm really conscious of time, so this is very, very quick introduction. So Lorraine, Kath and I have put together a short presentation, which, because we're conscious of the enormity of details that appears at agenda item 6. In essence, the current complaints procedure that we've got was introduced in 2007, and putting it bluntly, it's lacking a fit for purpose test, and also it no longer complies with good practice. So we are trying enormously to improve our global reputation with all of our external regulators, the ICO, the LGSO, and we also need to really invest and improve the services that our residents, our public, our complainers receive from us as a corporate entity. What we've done is that we've already discussed some themes with you during the course of the discussions that we've just had. We've also looked at good practice guidance around the country. We've looked at regional comparators for councils of a similar size to us as well, with a similar volume of complaints, etc., that we receive. And we've also taken into account views of some of your colleagues as well, who've represented residents, with some good experiences and some not so great experiences as well. And we've taken into account very much the views of our teams and some other officers. You will see at section 3 of the covering report, there's a detailed bullet point list there of the issues that we've taken into account. And what we propose to just take you through very quickly now is a completely refreshed customer complaints toolkit, if you like, and it goes from a structured three-tier system, which is very rigid, with timescales that we openly acknowledge that we can't achieve, into something which is a two-stage process. Is much more flexible for our members of the public, we hope, and gives them the earliest opportunity, if they feel necessary, to go to the regulator, such as the LGSO, without going through quite a torturous, often painful process and prolonging the anxiousness of going through a complaint. We're acutely aware, and at the focus of this is that complaints are a very emotional issue for some members of the public, for some members of the council actually as well, and for some officers. So what we need to do is deliver a way that is simple, it's pragmatic, it's plain English, it's easy to follow, and also it's just goes at pace. So there's always going to be a couple of complaints cases, a couple of issues that take longer than normal. They're always going to be that. So it's not a guarantee 100% for everything, but we do feel that this proposal will just assist us greatly in terms of delivering better practice. So if it's okay with you, Chair, we've got the meeting host who's got our presentation for us to share the screen so that we can just take you through that. We're very happy to take questions outside of this meeting. Please email us if you'd like sort of a separate meeting with us. That's absolutely fine. So if we can just start the presentation, Chris, that would be great. Thank you. I think we can go to the next slide. Again, this is how to contact us, and oh, thank you. This is how to contact us. Not that you don't know that already. So please feel free to get in touch with us. And if we can go to the next slide. And I should just have said as well that we ideally, as part of this, we want to change our identity of the team as well. So we're talking about corporate governance. We're talking about liaison with our regulators, liaison for that corporate centre approach. And we feel that calling ourselves the Information Governance and Customer Complaints team is quite a mouthful. So we want to move into being the corporate governance team that does what it says on the tin, so it's a catch-all. So as I've mentioned, this is why we've reviewed it. It's ensure absolutely that we're fit for purpose, we meet expectations, and absolutely that we comply with the guidance from all our various regulators. So next screen, please. Lorraine, do you want to pick this up?
So yeah, so the main changes, there is an annex that has a table of at a glance what's changing from the current process and policy and procedures to what we're proposing. But the main change is that move from the hierarchical, that feeling that you have to do an informal resolution, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, before the regulator can become involved or be asked to be involved, and that we then have to, or the complainant has to provide evidence to the regulator that they've been through whatever the corporate process is. There is the Ombudsman only recommends that as a minimum you have the 2-grade, the 2-level approach, and that's in their best practice and their good guidance. So we've taken that step about looking at what would be more responsive both to the nature, so what is the complaint about, but also taking into account the individual complainant's needs. So again, in the more detailed documents in agenda item 6, you will see that we have set out how we would do an assessment method. So we would look at the nature of the complainant's own individual needs and the outcomes that the complainant is looking to achieve by making the complaint or raising that with the council, and that we fix a timescale against each of those grades, whether it be grade 1 or grade 2, that fits the nature of the complaint, the type of complaint, and what the outcomes are needed to be. It also allows for that up to 20 days, the up to 30 days. That does not mean that we would always assign a 20-day timescale or a 30-day timescale. It would mean that the independent, impartial to service complaints advisors and investigators would make that assessment based on those charts that you can see in the fuller documents. Next, please. So the main benefits, as Janie alluded to, around what we were hoping to achieve from these proposals are the increased challenge and the rising number and complexity of the cases, to improve the provision of the information and the timely, which, referring back to the previous items, it was the lack of action, the timeliness of responses and or no responses being received by complainants. We can quickly identify themes. If the corporate team is conducting the complaints investigation from the raising of the complaint to the outcome of the investigation and recommendations to the service area, which, for your information, mirrors how the Ombudsman deal with their cases. They make recommendations, and we could then quickly identify themes and take those forward with the appropriate level of management within the director or service area. Next slide, please, Chris. Further benefits are that reduce the duplication of work and effort across the council. That may not seem like a big benefit. However, where we have come across instances of things being missed or looking at the investigation to understand why it got to where it got to, why it's having to be escalated from stage 1 to 2 to 3 and then to a regulator, is sometimes there are duplication of logging, monitoring, timescales may be missed or recorded inappropriately, etc. It's also about providing that independent and impartial to the service that may be being complained about, oversight of a complaint, and the robust and consistent assessment of how we are assessing a complaint, the nature of the investigation that needs to take place, all the way up to the recommendations that are made back to the service area and to the complainant on the outcome of a complaint. And again, as Janie said earlier, it's to maximise the benefits and the improvements that we have seen across the areas that we've been doing that end-to-end provision, support, advice and guidance on complaints handling. Next scheme, please, Chris. This is just a very high level proposed timeline if proposals are accepted and or even with some amendments and feedback, etc., to progress with this is early in the new year. We're going to the scrutiny management committees. We'll then, if all goes to plan and are agreed and taken forward, we'll look to make the amends and the updates to the current complaints pages on the website. If you've ever tried to search on the website for how to make a complaint, it can be quite difficult. It's not intuitive and or uses the most obvious search terms you would think of. Make a complaint does come up, but then there's an online form that it can be quite difficult to complete if you're already somebody that is unhappy or dissatisfied with a service from the council. So it's an opportunity to update those, make those much more accessible, which in turn may mean a rise in the number of complaints received, but that's never a bad thing. January to March, provision of across the different service areas in the council of any training required for any new proposed policy, procedures and toolkit. Again, attend DMT senior management teams to raise that and promote awareness, and hopefully within the start of the new reporting cycle financial year to go live with a new website and internet pages and the new way of working. And I think the next slide's just over to questions. Oh no, that's just a cut and paste out of the report at agenda item 6 for what we're asking from Audit and Governance Committee members tonight. So the options are to make no changes, to adopt the proposed policy and procedures, or to make comments and provide feedback. And the recommendations are that you can either agree option 2 at point 7.2 above, or provide feedback and comments, etc. on the proposals. Thank you, Chris. Next slide. Any questions?
Thank you. Thank you. Very clear presentation. So, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Chair. My one concern with this policy is on page 42, section 13, unreasonable and unreasonably persistent complainants. I think we need to distinguish here very clearly between those people who bring up what I describe as serious concerns about the council, some of whom may be, I think, be seen as perhaps a gadfly by the officers, but on many occasions, have brought up very valid and reasonable points. And I've worked with one of them in particular on the previous iteration of this council, and some of the points brought up were extremely useful. Now, I'm worried that they will get caught up with the people who just cannot take no for an answer on a particular issue. And I wonder whether or not there should be some kind of review mechanism before any sanction to block a complainant from having contact with officers is taken. I think there needs to be some kind of review mechanism of each decision on that to make sure that officers are justified in blocking somebody from contact.
If I can just clarify, we never block a customer from being able to contact the council completely. If it has been through this section in this policy only refers to the unreasonably persistent complainants, and absolutely is a lift from the local government ombudsman's guidance on how to deal with those type of complaints. If I can be clear around where there are processes in place around the council where we may have to take a action where we manage a customer's contacts with the council, that may be under complaints, it may be across FOIs, it may be across just contacting service areas, etc. We have a very defined process, and it is not the social media policy. It is a process whereby if it's including any physical or other types of abuse or threats or allegations that are unfounded after an investigation, it is logged on an incident portal. The service area are then advised, usually by ourselves in my team, to work with that individual to try to manage their contacts in a more appropriate way. That could mean by giving them a one point of contact. It could be by saying we would only accept emails or phone calls, etc., at a particular point in time or when they have a new issue, right up to the point where we manage an individual's contact by diverting into a one point of contact within the council. So all contacts that they have, whether that be by phone or email, are diverted into one place. Now that decision is the last step in a lot of steps that we can take to support customers who maybe for a myriad of reasons may not be approaching their contacts with council staff and individuals in the most appropriate way. At that point, the individual is advised at all stages of what actions the council are taking or support that the council can offer, and they are told on how they can contact the council and how best to work with us on that. That decision is reviewed at a regular set of timescales. Again, the customer is told when that review will take place, and it is done by a panel member, a group of individuals, usually with a representation from my team, and Janie now as the monitoring officer, HR are involved, and sometimes even, but not always necessary, another corporate director and or a chief executive. It is not one person's decision, it is a panel decision when we are on that final step of a managed contact process. And I will assure you that we keep those individuals up to date with what the process is and how we are managing their contacts. Does that help clarify that?
It does. I would like to see a clearly structured procedure as to how it goes, that is managed, brought before members, because I think it's a critical area that we don't distinguish between concerned residents who have valid points to make at times. They may get it wrong sometimes and get it right others, but the people who are just being, shall we say, obstreperous for obstreperous' sake. And there's a big difference. We need to manage them very carefully to make sure we don't exclude the former with the latter. Thank you.
Absolutely, I'll take that forward and update through the appropriate channels. Yeah.
Councillor Webb.
Cheers. Yeah, I think it's an interesting one. I think a situation where you've kind of admitted that you're struggling to meet your own targets, and you sort of said that in the outset. And I suppose my concern is that it's the perfect time to bring into a new complaints procedure, isn't it? If you're struggling to meet it on old standards, if we change the system, then how do we compare between the two? And I suppose that for me, it's just almost in the interim, while something like this was to embed, and I don't disagree with everything that's in here, but I think for us, from a governance point of view, we need that consistency of being able to sort of track things over time. And if the whole system changes halfway through, then that makes sort of our job and anyone who's looking at these complaints is quite difficult because we want to see those trends over time. So yeah, it's more if there's a sort of a mechanism to show a comparison or how we would do that as we go forward. I think that will probably help allay some worries.
How I would answer that for now is that obviously if we do get approval to move forward with the new policy procedures, steps and grades and timescales, there will be a way to identify, again, similar to how we want to do with FOIs and EIRs and rights of individuals, is to say, we've set this timescale, it is up to 20 days for grade 1. However, we've answered X amount in 5 days and within the timescale that we set it on receipt of the complaint. Again, if we've determined or assessed that the complaint investigation and response should take the 10 working days, and we've told the complainant that, again, we should be able to report that, and therefore we should be able to overlay data from year on year so that you can see how many complaints received. Yes, they will be at a different grade, but looking at the timescale set and the number of responses provided within that set timescale, there should be a comparator be able to be drawn. The other comparator will always be the annual letter from the local government social care ombudsman as well.
Thank you. Councillor Mason.
Thank you. Just some observations, really, not questions, but I recognise Jenny's comments about the torturous 3-stage approach when actually you just want to get straight to the top and goes the ombudsman. I remember about 10 years ago I had a complaint with the council, and you know, my impression, whether it was right or wrong, felt like it was being whitewashed at every level, and actually to have to go through that 3 times was a real pain. So I think this seems a really good policy or procedure. It seems, in terms of rating them, in terms of the impact and then how quickly things are dealt with, I think there's a lot of positives in this. And I think, fingers crossed it works for people and it works for the council. One other observation I was going to make is that how we're picking up, there's obviously bits about now timescales about responding to kind of informal, not informal, but compliments. And it's how do we pick up on that informal stuff where actually people put things on social media that's positive, and how do we feed that back? And I'm not talking about any of the people Councillor Fisher might have mentioned, but I just mean general members of the public that might tweet something nice, or we might see it as a councillor and we can snap it and send it in, or the opposite. Actually, someone makes a comment on Twitter in frustration, but actually, is there a way of? I just wondered what we do to kind of try and capture that informal feedback, whether it be positive or negative. Maybe the wrong forum for that question, but it does link in a bit with what you're trying to do in terms of getting better at that informal or kind of compliments feedback type stuff opposed to complaints.
So within the document at the full annex, we have put in a section around how we want to capture any of the 4Cs, so the compliments, the complaints, the concerns and the comments that are made through any or onto any of the council's social media accounts. And we've been more specific in how we get those through from those teams that manage those, so the Facebook account, etc. The guidance that will go out and the training and awareness to staff in those areas would be how to ensure those are sent through to the corporate governance team to make sure that they're logged and reported on robustly, because we know we get a lot more compliments than we are ever able to report in the annual report, but it's one of those things that people are it's easier to send on a complaint and manage that because it needs to have an answer, but a compliment people sometimes just take on board and say, oh yeah, that's lovely to see, read here, etc. But they don't think about the wider implications of us being able to report that for them and put that balance into how well the council is doing overall. So there are sections in the new proposals on how those more informal channel methods, for want of a better expression, are used to capture any of the 4Cs going forward.
And I think just to add to that, some of this as well is culture of the organisation and its approach to capturing this sort of information. So, hopefully with different styles of conversations and breaking down barriers and stopping silo working, that should sort of help us capture those more informal comments. So it's a different style of relationship with the comms team, for example, with the social media people, and just to try and capture it and make it important. So there is a culture discussion to happen as well.
Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Councillor Mason. I think this is actually that offers the opportunity to get a really good, not just a complaints system organised, but also to incorporate compliments, because everybody knows that local government, it's 100 times hard to get a compliment is to get a complaint. That's my past history. More people are inclined to grumble about local government than they are to compliment it. I mean, just the other day, for example, somebody I know very well who is shielding after a major operation was contacted by the support team, and he emailed me to say what outstanding service he'd had from the person concerned. Now, that could have been lost in the ether, but I forwarded it on to the chief executive and the leader of the council, because it's important that we do recognise good service when it's there, and this offers a mechanism to make sure that is done as well, which I think is important for staff morale, that we actually let staff know when they are being appreciated. So I'm happy with this procedure, with the provisos I made earlier about blocking people when we block people or when we take action to stop people complaining. So I'm happy to support this, and if anyone wants to move it, I'll move where you go to. I think it's option 2. I'm sorry, I can't read things at the moment. I think it's option 2 you put up, which was to approve this procedure.
Yeah, happy to second if it needs it.
Thank you. Councillor Daubney.
So I think somebody else seconded it just before I did. So, but I'm happy to second it. I think it's a very good proposal.
Fine, lovely, thank you. Can I ask a question about accessibility of this this document? It'll clearly be available online. Will it be available in any other languages? Will it be available in print form? Will it be available in Braille, for example? How are you going to make sure that this is an accessible document and that people understand how to make contact with the council if they more likely have something that they are concerned about?
So we will work very closely with the web content services team to ensure that all the accessibility requirements on the website pages, once we've updated and refreshed them. So my understanding is there's the things like obviously the change in the colour of font and backgrounds, the ability to do browse aloud, read aloud, the ability to use online translation tools, which I know are not always 100% accurate, etc., but it gives an indication and at least would point people in the direction. The ability to put it in print format and Braille, we usually do that by request by individuals and or large font, etc., but we'll certainly make sure that all the accessibility requirements around making information accessible to all in whatever format they need it in or require it in is part of what we do for when we go live with this.
Good. So it's just about making people aware that if they have accessibility needs, that those needs can be met, because otherwise they may feel that that's not actually available for them. So it's just flagging that up. As you know, I do, whenever we possibly can, like to address some of the questions that have been raised by public participants, if we have the opportunity to do that, and given that we are covering some of the areas that were raised earlier. One that I specifically recall is in respect to the questions that Councillor Fisher originally raised around unreasonable and unreasonably persistent complainants. And it's about building in an appeal process, and an appeal process that has its final iteration, if you like, with members. Now, A, I'd like to know what, as officers, you feel about that, and B, I'd like to understand whether there are any barriers to that process being undertaken.
My initial observation on members being involved in an appeals process is that members would have to ensure that they weren't conflicted in any way in coming to that decision as well. So you always have to look at, when you're on any form of appeals panel, no matter what it regards, to ensure that you come with, in law it's called with clean hands, so that you don't have a perceived predetermination, you don't have a known or perceived conflict of interest. So, and also that decision that you made on appeals panel may bind you in the future to ensure that you remain without a conflict or without sort of a lack of independence going forward. So that's my current observation on an appeals mechanism involving members. It's the first we've heard of it this evening, so I think we'd also have to just reflect and also seek the views of the corporate management team as well, because they're currently part of a panel that make that up. So I think it's not a decision that we could make in isolation right here, right now. It's something that we'd have to consider because it is a corporate issue.
And it would also be prudent to look at the Ombudsman's guidance on that, because again, the section 13 and the proposed documents that you have in front of you around unreasonably persistent complainants is a LGO set of steps and processes. The other process that the council has in place is the more managed contact, which is more than just complaints or any of the 4Cs. So I think that's a separate if I'm reading it right, is that this isn't about restricting people being able to make a complaint in any way, shape or form. This is about, this policy and procedure is about supporting those that may have difficulties, issues, concerns to be managed through that process and policy in the most appropriate way to them, and then the wider council managed contact process for the other contacts that aren't just complaints, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no,
so
no,
yeah, it's to come back. Yeah,
I do understand that. Councillor, sorry,
can
Jenny,
I just can I just add that at any point in any stage, a councillor is still entitled to be an advocate for the resident, for the complainant. So we're not taking away that right at all. That is still absolutely a fundamental part of your roles as democratically elected councillors, that you are still an ambassador, you're still an advocate for that individual, that couple of individuals, whatever, however they may present. So that is absolutely still there, no matter what bit of process we're at.
And was that the point you were about to make, Councillor Fisher? I see you taking your hand down.
It was
Someone's
exactly
nodding.
the point I was going to make. That if any resident feels they're not getting a fair deal, they're welcome to come to one of us, and I'm sure we will take the matter forward.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Right. So, are there any additional questions from colleagues? No. In which case, we have some recommendations in front of us, and I'll just find the relevant page for that. If somebody can point it out to me, that would be helpful.
I think it's at the bottom of 113, Councillor.
Thank you.
That's what I'm here for. My only thoughts was I'd be happy to go with Councillor Fisher and Councillor Mason's, or I don't know, whoever seconded and proposed all that stuff. But this is coming to corporate scrutiny in January. And I think it's important that our comments from tonight are addressed at that meeting. I think that would probably allay some of my fears.
Yeah, Chair, I'm happy to take the minutes from this meeting to corporate scrutiny, or certainly ensure that they are circulated prior to that meeting if they don't appear on the agenda, so that the members can consider it in advance of the meeting, because I think it's going to be yet another long meeting of January's corporate scrutiny.
As long as ours.
So obviously we need to meet with Councillor Crawshaw just about timings and his agenda setting as well. But subject to his views, I'd be quite happy to indicate or offer that the minutes from your meeting this evening on this particular element are shared with members of that committee, but subject to obviously Councillor Crawshaw's views.
That's absolutely fine, Jenny. I think that's very sensible. So, yeah, I mean, I'm guessing that we've got a recommendation to adopt the proposed policy. We've had it proposed and seconded. So I'll ask all those in favour to raise their hand. Any against? Oh no, there aren't any against. So that is carried unanimously. I would, however, ask for regular feedback to this committee following implementation, and I would suggest on a biannual basis, at least for the first couple of years, that it comes to this committee in the format of how is this complaints structure working, and any feedback that we get from the public about the introduction of a new process. So if it comes in April, as seems potentially likely, I'd like to see at the October or November meeting initially.
Yes, Chair. Obviously, I think Debbie and I will be meeting with you about, and Councillor Fisher, about the work plan that we took to last week's meeting. So obviously, if members of the committee are happy that happens, that we consult with you so that we can fit it in to that that program.
The meeting that focuses on governance issues, whichever meeting that is.
Yep. Happy to do that, Chair. Thank you.
If I can, what I can do is include that as one of the topics within the usual information governance complaints performance report that you get as a committee. Absolutely. I can make that one of the additional areas that we report to you on.
Yeah, brilliant. And I personally would be very interested, and I suspect the rest of the committee would be very interested in getting an update as to how how it's proceeding from a corporate governance team perspective, trying to do this end-to-end work. So it would be really interesting if Kath could get some feedback from the rest of the team and incorporate that into the body of some report, because I just have a feeling that it's going to add quite a lot to your workloads. So, right, well, on that happy note, we don't have any urgent business that I've been made aware of anyway. I'd like to thank you all. I mean, this has been a really grueling day, and you've been incredibly patient, but I do feel that it's been one of the more productive meetings that we've had. So with that, I'd like to wish you all a good evening, whatever's left of it, and see you all soon.